drag from your cigarette. Anticipate the taste of it on my lips. Playing dumb with your cool friends. I wonder what they think about us. You got a type and all that white Cadillac. Said you like girls who look sad, never coming back. Wanna live in your past, leader of the pack. Don't know who you're fooling anyway. You drive fast, wanna live the same. Summer break, don't you forget about me. Wanna run with the renegades. 'Cause you're a modern cliche, acting like a teenager. After the weekend, will it be the same now? Tell everyone it doesn't mean a thing though. What's in the future that you're trying to run from? Wonder what you're so afraid of. You got a type and all that white Cadillac. City where girls that fight back. Guess it's all in that. Wanna live in your past, leader of the pack. Don't know who you're fooling anyway. Drive fast, wanna live the same. Summer break, don't you forget about me. Wanna run with the renegades. 'Cause you're a modern cliche, acting like a teenager. You're a modern cliche, acting like a You still wanna live in your past, chasing the girls who look sad, clinging to what you can't have. Don't know who you're fooling anyway. Drive fast, wanna live the same. Summer break, don't you forget about me. Wanna run with the renegades. You're a modern cliche, acting like a teenager. I don't believe it. Does she dance in the dark like I do? Should tell her to beat it if she's pouring some sugar on you. And I know some girls just wanna have fun, but now you found a real one, and I'm never gonna give you up, no.
1 2 1 2. Jaded, hello. Jaded, hello. Can you hear me? Hello, hello, hello. Are you really going to manage watching 2 chat streams? It's actually not 2 chat streams. It's just gonna be 1 chat stream, so it's not so bad. Thanks, Jaded. It's actually gonna be just one stream. I'll show you very quickly what it looks like. That's basically what it looks like. I'm gonna make it clearer here because it's like too transparent, but I'm just gonna make it 100% or like 99. So that will show the chat from everywhere. Okay. And same with this one as well. Like this is going to show chat from like everywhere, so it shouldn't be too hard. I don't even know if there's going to be anyone coming from YouTube. This is just literally an experiment. We're just going to see what happens. If it gets too crazy, I'll just like shut down the... I'll just go back to Twitch. So it's not that hard. I'm so hungry. Haven't eaten anything. Okay. Thank you, Jaded. I appreciate you checking YouTube. Ooh, thanks, Jaded. I appreciate that. Much appreciated. I'm about to do the announcement, Jaded. Thank you for the reminder.
I bet you think I didn't notice. can't believe you left with me. Dying to live in the moment.
Okay, guys. I think we're good to go. I think we're good.
Slow motion.
I think we're good, guys. Fine. It's good to see ya. Oh my god. It's gonna be fun. So bear with me, guys. We are doing like a little bit something different. Like, we are. Let me just see if I can change the appearance of the chat first, because like this color is it's coloring, man. We can do this while I stream. Let me just pull over the screen so that I can show you guys. Okay, let's do it, guys. Big reveal. Big reveal. Okay. Thanks, Jaded. I appreciate it for the shout out. I have to get used to reading this chat in this weird color. I am actually going to try to change the color. Like, just, I kind of have to hack the system to do this. Okay, guys. So, let's just see if it's going to work. I'll show you guys what I'm doing. I'm just going to do color correction. I don't know if this will work, man. So basically, if I turn the brightness down, that's not really doing it. Because I want to like, kind of like make it darker, like gray. I want it to not be a color, basically. So I could just turn down the saturation. I mean, that's probably not bad. I mean, maybe that? What do you think? What do you guys think? Any opinions? Hue shift. This is a good one, actually. I should do hue shift. Oh no, I can't do hue shift because that's going to change the whites. Oh, actually that works. Oh no, it works. Holy shit. That's cool. I can just make it pink. Or like purple or something. I think that's not bad. Something like that. That's not bad. Not bad. Make it a little bit transparent. How's that, guys? And over here, that looks pretty fine. I might have to change it over here. Oh my god, Bella, I was just thinking about you like literally today, because I was like, because I was actually watching my old videos, right? My old Twitch videos, and I saw your name pop up. I was like, where the fuck is Bella Della? It's been fucking forever. I can't believe that you're here. It's incredible. Good to see you. You've been doing alright? Like, I actually thought of you today. Like, I literally thought of you today. Oh my god, Fez, what the fuck, man? Jeez, man. Thank you so much for still fucking... Oh my god, dude. Like, I love that you still remember that old joke, man. Like, I was... Fez, I was also thinking of you because you were... I was watching my old videos. I saw Bella Della, and I actually saw Fez as well. And you actually did mention download cancelled. In the clip that I was watching from, like, probably like a year ago or more, you actually did mention, like, download cancelled. It was pretty funny. So... Oh my god, thank you so much for still subscribing to this fucking channel, man. Like, this is crazy. Like, if anyone's, like, still subscribing to this channel, I'm, like, very impressed and very grateful, because I know that this channel has gone through a lot of change. And I expect to lose a lot of people there. I totally expect that. I don't feel mad about it at all. But anyone who stays with it, like, it's, like, so appreciated. It's, like, incredibly appreciated. Because I am trying to make this stream, like, it may not seem like it, but I am trying to make this stream more something that I love to do and is more sustainable and that will be better in the long run. I know it may not seem like it that now, but like, I'm just going to stick with this. So I really appreciate anyone who supports it very much. You're so busy, you're never here, dude. What is it, man? You've been working too hard, dude? What's going on, man? And we miss you, man. It's been a long time, but it's good to see you here now. And Belladella too, been so busy. Everybody's been so busy. Hey, listen, man, like, I gotta be real with you guys, man. I cannot tell you how much I understand the busy thing. Cause like, with me, like, I would love to watch more Twitch streamers too, myself. But like, I never get around to it. Like, I still do it, but like, I often miss all these streamers that I want to watch. I'm busy too. It's crazy. So again, like, I know with myself, like, how I am with Twitch streamers. Like, if anyone's coming to my stream, like, repeatedly, or even at all, like, you guys coming in once in a while, like, I'm still, like, so grateful that you guys come, man. Like, I just be real with you, man. Because I know how it is. Like, I find it really hard to stick with streamers, like, and like, commit to the time, you know? It's a fucking huge commitment. Guys, I got waffle fries. Just a heads up, I got waffle fries. And we're going to be eating this through the whole entire fucking stream. Just a heads up. I'm just saying I'm busy, but not really. I'm just busy with... Fudge, I appreciate you coming down because I know how late it is for you, man. I might turn the music down just a little bit. Just give me 1 second. Okay. Man, these fries are good, man. If anyone has not tried waffle fries, like, you should definitely find a place that sells waffle fries. And if you don't know where to find waffle fries, please ask us and we will investigate for you. Oh my god. I'm so glad you understand, Fez. So actually, Fez, tell me, where do you get waffle fries? Like, you're in Australia, right? Last time I remember, you were in Australia. So, like, tell me please where you get those in Australia, because I don't actually know. Oh, yeah, sorry, you're in Canada. My mistake. So in Canada, I still don't know. Like, where would you get it in Canada? Where are waffle fries in France? McDonald's has some right now. I can't believe you said McDonald's, by the way. That's crazy. That's how I say McDonald's. Actually, I just said McDonald's correctly, but I often say McDonald's. McDonald's has for a limited time. We replace potatoes. Oh, wow. I would definitely... Oh, thanks for the heads up, Jaded. I appreciate that. We can make it a little bit like... I can't actually change the... I don't know if I can change the settings of the chat font. Let me see if I can actually go into the settings, actually. There might be something I can do here. 1 second. Appreciate the heads up, Jaded. Appreciate it. I'll see if I can change the chat, like, text. The chat box to be a bit confusing. Yeah, I'm sorry about that, man. We'll try to we'll try to get to a better spot with it. Okay, guys, bear with me. Like, I literally just slapped this on like 5 minutes before the stream started. Most recent at top. Yeah, I know. I see. I can't change that. That's something that, yeah, I can't actually change that. I'm sorry about that. Let me see if we can change the settings of the basic settings of it. Okay, I'm trying to change the settings, but it might be a little bit difficult, if I'm honest with you guys. I've got an idea. I could do it in compact mode, and then I can increase the font because it can fit it. So bear with me. I'm going to try that right now. So compact mode, and we'll try scale like 150. I'm just going to try the biggest scale, and then we'll like see how that goes. No, this is because, like, Jaded, like, remember, I'm like trying this chat actually. We haven't tested the chat from. Can somebody please, like, wait, give me 1 minute, and then we're going to test something. then it will make more sense. Okay. Okay, let's just restart this. Oh my god. You Jaded. You just did the thing that I wanted to test. Just give me... Yeah, it works, but it didn't show on the stream. Just try it again. I'll just say test. I'll just say test here. So... This could work. Yeah, restream, exactly, yeah. That's why it's difficult for me to change the chat style. However, this is not updating, so give me 1 second, I'm gonna update it right now. I'm gonna update the appearance so it's like clearer for everyone to see. Because I understand, guys, like the chat text is a little small, so we're just gonna try and get that working. Ooh, we can do it from the bottom, guys. We can do it. So everybody, we're gonna get there, okay? We can do it. Just bear with me. We're gonna try this. I'm gonna try and update this chat and see what happens. So it might take some time to actually update, but let's try again. Oh, thanks, Fudge. Yeah, emotes are good. Emotes are good to test. See, it's coming from the bottom. It's coming from the bottom. Betty Cam. Okay. I feel so attacked right now. I'm gonna take up the Betty Cam text, guys. So is this text any better, guys? Be honest with me. Like, is this text any better? I still feel like this is like not exactly what we're looking for, but I think it's a little bit better. Oh my god, the colors of the fucking emotes are fucked. It's so bad. So I can explain why it's green. It's because I'm trying to change the color of the background to a nice pink. I'm trying to hack the system. But as soon as you put like an emote in there, see that? If I turn that off, it goes back. So this might actually work out. I just might keep it like that. Because otherwise the emotes are fucked. And YouTube looks green, which is weird. Thank you, Jaded. I appreciate you testing YouTube. YouTube chat seems to be working, so that's pretty cool. Now, is this text any better than it was before, guys? Like, honestly, like, is that better? Hack the planet, nice. I can make it bigger. I think I might actually make it just a little bit bigger. Let's try, like, a little bit bigger. Okay, let's try a little bit bigger. Yeah, it's unifying everything together. That's kind of why I'm doing this. Is this okay? Is that weird? I feel like that's weird. That's a little bit weird. Is that too big? Links are showing up, which is weird, but yeah. Okay. I feel like this is a little bit weird because it's too big for the... Yeah, maybe I'll turn it down, guys. We're gonna get there. I'm gonna turn it down just to split the difference, and then we'll see how this goes. Because like right now it's just like 3 messages per, like, you know what I mean? Like it's 3 messages that we can fit in there, which is not quite enough, right? Okay, guys, let's try this. I think this is gonna be the one. Now, if we need to go back up 1 notch, we can go back up 1 notch. Is this okay? Let's stick with this. And look, if we have trouble, if it's too small, because I do understand, like, it's not ideal. Like, I would like it to be more compact so we can have bigger text. But thank you, Jaded. I appreciate you so much for doing this. Okay, great. Is readable? That's great. I just want to say thank you guys because I can't really do this so easily by myself. So like, thank you for so much for like doing this. It really actually helps a lot with the stream. So yeah. So today the theme is that we're making a fucking song, right? We're making a song from start to finish. That's the thing. And the key with this is that we're not trying to make a masterpiece. This is not the goal. And the goal is to really just focus on finishing making a song from start to finish so we have the entire structure. And I think we can do it, guys. I think we can do it. So I just want to say like something else, guys. Something pretty fun. So today, like, I was actually really happy today. Like, there was something really nice that happened today. And I want to share it with you guys. Like, I started, like about 1 or 2 years ago, I started, like, listening to this band called Soft Cult. And they became my #1 band. Like, I was obsessed with them. Like, I can tell you why later. Like, there's a big reason why they, like, resonate with me. Like, there's many reasons, but, like, there's some big ones. But basically, like, I was coming out of some big trauma and some big oppression and big problems. And the band Soft Cult, they were kind of also doing the same thing. Coming out of some big oppression, coming out of some abuse. And so they were writing about the same thing that I was going through. And so they were a huge, huge part of my healing. But also they're just, like, really fucking talented musicians. And they just make great music. Incredible songs, man. Like, really, really fucking good. So I managed to see them live like about a few months ago in DC, and that was amazing too because I got to meet the lead singer and just hang out for like an hour, just like chatting outside of the show. Right, that was awesome, man. Like to meet your idol, like I look up to her so much, man. Like she's so talented. So like to meet your idol is incredible. Thanks, Jed. It looks like everything works. This is awesome. This actually wasn't too hard, right? Like. Considering like this is a pretty big, like a fairly big undertaking of like changing the system. Like I'm completely streaming through a different service now. It seems to be working pretty well. Like, wow. The one thing that I don't like is the chat color, and it's very hard to change that, right? Unless I pay money and all this shit. So guys, yeah, I managed to chat with the lead singer, and just like it was just really it was a treat. I was so grateful to meet her and just talk to her about music and life and everything. And then after that gig, she announced that she's doing like lessons for like songwriting. And so I was like, dude, like literally right now, what am I trying to do is I'm trying to do more songwriting. I'm trying to get better at songwriting. I'm trying to actually like learn how to do it properly. So I was like, who's a better person to learn songwriting from than literally your favorite songwriter? You know what I mean? Like, isn't that the best person to learn from? So, yeah, I think I mentioned it. I mentioned it on the street on Discord, so I think she knows. But yeah, like I actually like, yeah, I contacted her about the lessons, right? So we started that up, and we had our first lesson today. Like, and it was like, it's pretty incredible because not only am I having a lesson with what I think is the best songwriter right now, like just like my favorite songwriter right now, but also like she happens to be a really good teacher. Like she had like materials and shit ready. Like she had it down, man. Like she's really good at this. So I felt really good because like I mean. This seems like a lot of things coming together, you know what I mean? Like, I really want to learn songwriting. I've started songwriting with other artists in the last like 6 months, actually collaborating on songwriting in a way that I have not done before for a long, long time, right? And maybe ever, like in a way, like maybe ever. In this particular way of songwriting where we're really meshing together on like Zoom calls and writing songs together. This is new for me. So like, it's really cool how that's happening, and it just so happens that my favorite songwriter is offering songwriting lessons, and it just so happens that she's also a really good teacher. You know what I'm saying? And it just so happens that she's in a band that they've gone down the route of like being more of a niche band rather than a household name, and that's the direction that I also want to go down. I realized that when I went to LA, I realized that working with the biggest artists or being the biggest artist is not a path that I particularly want to go down. I know that sounds like a cop out, but it's not. Like, I mean, everyone has a different role, man. Like, it's not healthy to think that the only success that you can have in any industry is to be the most famous or biggest one. Although that is culturally what is seen to be success in the Western world, or any world actually. If you're famous on the famous end, on the biggest end, then you are the most successful. I disagree with that sentiment completely. It's not because I think famous people are full of shit. It's just that I think everyone has a different role. I don't think that everyone is destined and is best being famous. Like some people will be actually like really bad in a bad place. They'll be worse off if they're famous. And some people will be better off when they're famous overall, right? And you just have to figure out what your role is. And so like I was really grateful that all these things aligned, and we're setting up like ongoing lessons, so it's like every week. And I'm really excited to like really learn about songwriting and get really good at it. And that includes like lyrics and all that kind of thing too, because I want to write for myself and I want to write for other singers as well. Some singers don't write songs. And they want to write songs that someone else writes for them, and I love that. Like, I want to work with those people too. Anyway, so yeah, it was pretty awesome. I'm just really happy, guys. Like, I just wanted to share that with you guys because that was a really that was a huge highlight for me, man. Like, not only meeting my idol, but I'm actually getting taught by my idol. Like, that's pretty fucking awesome, man. Like, it's good. So yeah, I really appreciate just this great opportunity to do something positive with music. And ultimately the goal is to learn how to songwrite so that I can help myself and help other people go through life. That is really the number one goal, is to find the greatest genuinity within myself, share that with the world, and help other people with whatever they're going through in their lives. And if they resonate with the songs that I write, that's brilliant. And if they can heal, that's even better. That's the main thing for me. I don't give a shit about anything else. I would of course like to get paid and get to be able to like sustain doing that. But like the main thing that I want to do is to find more genuinity in myself and share my personal experience with other people so that they don't feel so alone, and also so that they can process things and heal through music. Fudge is saying, it's so easy to write a song, you just need to sell your soul so you can make that outro that you never finish. You should do it now, Fudge. You should sell your soul now. Do you know the phone number for selling your soul? Speaking of that, let's get started, man. Like, let's actually start making music. And the other thing that I guess was like kind of confirmed by today, but you hear this all the time. It's just nice. Yeah, the thing that you realize, right, is that there are definitely like there are rules, but like there's no like right or wrong necessarily. Like, everyone has their own idea of right or wrong when it comes to writing music, when it comes to like the process of writing music. Like, for instance, like, what are you going to do with the lyrics? Are you going to write the lyrics first, or are you going to wait till the end to put the lyrics to the melodies and the harmonies? Are you going to write the melody first and then put chords around it? Or are you going to write some chords and a beat and then put the melody in there and then put the lyrics in there? Do you know what I mean? Like, it doesn't matter what genre you're writing, like, you face this thing, right? You face this sort of order thing of like, do I start with the kick? Or do I put the kick in afterwards? Do I work on the music first and then put the kick in after I've sort of perfected some of the music, put the beat in, put the kick in, put some of the hi-hats and shit like that in? And then do I put the lead melody in at that point? Or, you know, like, there's a lot of decisions to make like that. So the key thing that I realized, there's like more and more people I talk to, it's just that there is no set formula for that, and there's no formula that works for everyone. Everyone's going to have a different thing that works for them, and it's ridiculous. The notion that there is a way, if anyone tells you that there is a way that is foolproof, then they're full of shit. They're absolutely full of shit. There's definitely like systems that you can learn to make music making less of a stab in the dark for sure. But like, there's no foolproof formula. And if there was a foolproof formula, your music would be shit. It would be boring and it would be shit. So if anyone's trying to teach you to write music based on a foolproof formula, they're teaching you to write shit music. So that's just my take. That's my hot take. So, okay. Thank you for the phone number, Fudge. If anyone wants to sell their soul, Fudge, just put their phone number on the chat. So if anyone wants to try that, I don't know if anyone's actually tried phoning that number, because I think that number might be blocked. I don't think that anyone has that phone number. You know what I mean? Like, I think that phone companies will actually block out that number. Do you guys think that's true, or am I just making that up? Okay. I'm turning this off, guys. Oh my god, that was Paramore. That was a really good song. How sad. Jaded is saying, and as you get to be a better songwriter, I think you'll be better with critiquing others' music. Yes, that probably would be true. Although I don't love critiquing other people's music like as a thing, man. Like that's why I kind of like moved away from it, because I don't really like to do that too much. Even though like I do think it's valuable, and I like the aspect that I can help other people. I don't know, like I prefer, like, if I was to do that, I would prefer to be, like, I've started to do more one-on-one, like, Zoom sessions with people. I find that to be so much more effective, like, helpful. You know, I would do that. So, like, walking through people and actually walking through, like, learning stuff. Not just critique, but actually walking through learning stuff. I like that more. But, yeah, you're right. Like, you know, it would give me more knowledge to talk about, like, the songwriting aspects of stuff for sure. Jaded is saying, even you can create a song using this method. Professional musicians. Okay, you pretty much nailed it there. Pretty much nailed it. That's a really good. You did that well, Jaded. You should make a video. You should make if you make a scam video, probably get like 1 million views, man. Okay. So I think I'm gonna try electric piano. I'm not going to get too fancy with the instruments. Let's try this. Okay, this is a good basic electric piano. I like that. This is why I love Keyscape. It just has basic instruments that work. Now the piano, I think I want it to be a little bit softer. This is too bright and open for me. My mood is more soft right now. Okay. Let's get a tempo. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. It looks like we're about a 95 for the tempo. Where did my metronome go? I just realized like there's no metronome after the counting. Okay. Whoa, the looping. Okay, let's try again, guys. We'll get it this time. we're going to start with this. I don't think this is definitely not a core idea. But it is an idea. And we're going to go with whatever the fuck we have and we're going to move forwards. We're not going to fuck around. I think I like the first one. Let's get the sustain pedal under control. Something's wrong with the sustain pedal on this. Yeah, we got to get the sustain pedal off here. So let's do that real quick. Just like this. There we go. Okay, here we have a loop. Okay, we have a loop, guys. I should work. Who should work? Yes, Jada, you should work for Unison. Do you know who Unison is? So let's just say intro here. We don't know what this actually is, but we're just going to say intro. Just to get things started. Let's put it on bar 8, so that we're all squared up with the 4 and 8 bars. It will be 9 actually, because it's 1 through 9, yeah. 1 through 8 and then 9. Unison MIDI chord pack, yes. Everyone should know. Does everyone here know about the MIDI, the Unison MIDI chord pack? I'm just going to show everyone the burger. Okay, burger cam. Ready? Burger cam. All right. Check it out. Burger cam. This is actually not bad. I like this burger. Yeah, it's pretty good. Fudge, honestly, like it's actually really tasty. Like it's a good burger. I like it. I'm enjoying it. I waited the whole time to set up this stream to eat this burger, so it's a little bit cold, but it's still warm. It's still okay. Oh, the other thing, we have a fortune cookie which we will open. We will open it in 25 minutes. I'm going to actually show you guys what I do. When I need to focus, guys, I use this app. It's like have you guys heard of like Pomodoro timer? It basically sets it up so there's like 25 minutes of work, 5 minutes of break, 25 minutes of work, 5 minutes of break. So it does that in cycles, and then every like 3 or 4 it gives you like a 15-minute break, like a long break. So we're just going to do one of these, right? I'm just going to make it music production. I'm just going to do one of these. 25 minutes. This is when we open up the cookie, right? We're going to get a little like bell, like a little like sign. Easy, what's going on, man? Welcome to the stream. You are literally the first person from YouTube to ever be on this stream, man. Like, welcome, man. Welcome. Congratulations. Congratulations. I will show you my waffle fry as a prize for being the first. Congratulations. No, this is really good, though. Damn. Yeah, these fries are good, man. For real. Ooh, Jaded. You know what? I just realized, like, in terms of modding, like, I can still... When you hit 1 million, I expect things that are expected. What does that mean? Okay. Okay. Now from there, we're gonna go with something different. Yeah, I can actually, Jaded, from here I can actually mod YouTube, so I'll just manage that for today, and then we'll figure something else out like later on, okay? Because I don't know if I can figure that out today, but I can actually do it from here. Dude, ooh, Bitwig, are you a Bitwig fan, Easy? Are you a Bitwig user? I love Bitwig. Okay. Humble user, nice. I think that can work. I think that we can make something out of that for sure. Okay, let's record that. Let's turn off. I'm going to turn off. Oh, actually, I won't turn that off. I'll just do this. Okay. Okay, let's loop that. I'll call this verse 1. Okay, and then from here, we kind of want to transition this into maybe like a pre-chorus or something like that. So let's look at the chords that we have at the end of the first verse, and then let's transition that into some kind of a pre-chorus. And let's also figure out what key we're in. So we're in E flat major. Okay, E flat major. Okay. We will also, let's get out my favorite thing. Easy, if you're here, man, like, dude, this is one of my favorite things, like new things in Bitwig. One of my favorite new things in Bitwig is the arranger cue markers and the notes. So what I can do here is like put the chord progression in. So it's 1 4 1 4 1 4 1. So it's going to be 1 4 again, and then 1, and then it's going to be 7, right? And it's 7 minor, so it's going to be in lowercase. So do a little line break to make it a little easier to understand. Put maybe some spaces, makes it easier to read. Excuse me, guys. Burger's making me hiccup. Okay, so here we have it. It's 1414, 1417 minus 7. Easy. So it's here, like, this is already making my life a lot easier to understand. Going back to the intro, I think we might ditch this idea. Let's just write it down anyway. Let's notate the chords. So it's going to be minus 6. I don't know if we're going to write all those chords down. So 6, 5, 4. Well, let's write it down. Let's write it down. And then it's going to be 4, 3, minor 3, I think. Yeah, minor 3, minor 2. Okay, we have that in our pocket. It's in our back pocket, but we're not using that right now. So, okay. Okay. Yeah, I think we can do that. So we can do a alternation between the high Hey, Sprague. I think we got it. I think we got something good there, but we got to speed that up then. let's try this one more time. I think we're pretty close. Messed up that last note, but I think we can just edit that. Okay, I think we've got something, we've got almost like a hook there. That might be a hook. I don't know about that note. I don't know about that. That's weird too. Hey guys. Sprague, how are you doing, man? What's going on? We have a new chat window because we are actually streaming from Twitch and YouTube. So we have like the unified chat with like YouTube, and we have no idea. I have no idea like how many people are going to come from YouTube. This is a big question mark. I've never done this before, but we'll see. So there might be some people coming in and out from both YouTube and Twitch. We did have someone from YouTube just said, oh, I'm still here. Nice. Doing some research on another tab for your season. Nice, man. That's cool. That's cool. LED POI. I don't know what POI is. I only know what LED is. Is this for school? By the way, Sprague, we have a timer for like 25 minutes. It's down to 10. We're going to keep writing. And then in the 5-minute break, if you want to put your song on the stream, we can check it out. We can just check it out and listen to it, man. Just have a quick chat about it. But yeah. I think we have something like a hook here, so I'm just gonna write chorus 1. Yeah, sure. I mean, whatever. Honestly, dude, like whatever you want to send, man. Like it's totally up to you. I don't care what it is. If you whatever you think is gonna be helpful to you, man. So the chord progression is like very fucking typical for a hook, so you know it's a little bit cliche, but like it's going to be 6, 7, 1. This is, if y'all don't know, this is the MVP of like pop. It's the MVP of EDM. It's the MVP of all big famous music. Popular. I'm just going to say popular music. Whatever's popular. The 6-7-1 or the 6-1 is like the MVP. You'll see it everywhere. It's in like even like video game music. It's something that you see everywhere, like soundtracks, man. Like it's crazy. So just a little interesting fact. So we'll just go through this again. So that's 6, 7, 1. Okay, so let's see how many times we go through it. Three times. And then it goes like 3, major 3, that's weird, and then 7, yeah, and then -7, and then 1. So actually, like, it's major 6. That's kind of cool. I kind of like that. I don't want to get too much into layering. I think that's worth recording. Wait, what's the timing of this? This is a totally different tempo. It's a different tempo, so... So this will be 1, 2, 3, 4. This is a totally different tempo. Let's just try it. I would say that's a little bit too fast. I'm going to go down to 165. let's get the timing right here. Okay, so it should be. Yeah, so that's the way that we wrap up the end of that section. Is we change it up a little bit and give a little bit more like deeper emotion in that last part, just so it's not like repeating the whole time, right? So let's try that again. It's gotta be. Okay, I'm getting it. Okay. What happened to the sustain? Oh, it's deleted. Okay. That's the 25 minutes. Okay, so we now have like two hooks, right? We can pick and choose between these two, right? They're totally different speeds, so these are going to be different songs. They're not going to be probably interchangeable. But we have basically this weird intro thing, and we also have this verse. It will be slower than this. And then there is, I think this is the one we want. So let's just copy paste the lead in to that. That's a little bit awkward. I think that was not the right timing, actually. No, that was the right timing. Just a little bit awkward is all. Let's try and combine these two layers, and then we're going to take a break, and Sprout, get your song ready, because we're going to take a look at it. We're also going to take a look at the fortune cookie. We have a fortune cookie. I don't know why I have a fortune cookie with my fucking burger I bought from a diner, but I'm intrigued. Okay, we're just going to do a basic pedal here. move that right over there. And let's just square up these notes. Not 100%. Thank you. 50% is enough. We're just going to move this whole thing to the right. There we go, we got it. Then we have this, which I think is my favorite thing that we made. Okay, so we have like, I think that we honestly just have one good chorus idea, and from that we might fan out from that and create pre-chorus, create a post-chorus, and then create a verse, you know, kind of go that way, and we'll get there. So Sprague, if you're here, if you have your song to share, now's the time. So here's a fortune cookie. I'm going to open it up right now. Here's a fortune cookie. I'm going to open it. It's okay if you don't want it. By the way, Sprague, there's no pressure, man. Honestly, if you just want to hang, it's totally fine, man. Because we've got a lot of stuff to do. This is what it says. It says, you will bring sunshine into someone's life. Look, lovely. Thank you. I'll put this right here on the keyboard so you guys can see it. I have my sparkling lemonade. I'm happy. Ah. Tasty. Nice. I don't really eat fortune cookies, by the way, guys. Not really into it. Let's check out this song. By Sprague. I'm just gonna pull up, if I remember how to do this. Like, I forgot how to do it, man. Where's my, my feedback thing? Presets? I think it's under presets. Dude, what the hell? What the hell? Where is it? Like, clips? I think it's clips. Feedback, there it is, there it is. Okay, guys. Let me get onto this right now. We're going to do this and that. I don't believe you've heard this song before. At least not with vocals. Gotcha. Well, let's check this out then. It's going to be fun. Let's do it.
You know, this isn't how I thought it would go. I guess I assumed that this was all for show. You
Cool voice.
ask me why do you walk off on your own? Whenever I tell you I'm right here, I forget sometimes that I'm no longer in those lonely years. Is this really just my own illusion? I spent most days stuck in this delusion. Someday, maybe I'll think of a reason why I think too much. But for now, I'm stuck with this confusion. I can try to improve on this mindset, but my mind doesn't like the concept of a new life from what it once used to be for me. So again, my apologies. Not you, I just have to regard myself. All these feelings I just bottled up and put on the shelf. I hope you understand what I'm saying, since this all needs some conveying. Is this really just my own illusion? I spent most days stuck in this delusion. Someday, maybe I'll think of a reason why I think too much. But for now, I'm stuck with this confusion. Why did I think that I could start over, as if I got rid of the chip on my shoulder? But now I see the burdens I carry with me. I'm sorry for the pain I caused me. Why did I think that I could start over, as if I got rid of the chip on my shoulder? But now I see the burdens I carry with me. I'm sorry for the pain I caused me. Is this really just my own illusion? I spent most days stuck in this delusion. Someday maybe I'll think of a reason why I think too much. But for now, I've gotta live with this unknown confusion.
Oh, that was cool, man. Thanks for sharing that. That was really cool, man. I like that song. I think like the thing that's really obvious with that song, right, from start to finish, is that it's just super obvious. Like the arrangement is really good. Like by arrangement, I mean not mixing. I mean like the instruments and what they're playing. There's basically let me see if I can get back to here. Sorry. Yeah, basically like the instruments and what they're playing, what the layers of the vocals, the guitars, the lead guitar, the rhythm guitar, the drums, like all the things that they're playing. It's like it's really well arranged. Like it's good. It's good music. Like you've got the music side of it like in a really good spot. Ramsey time. It's so funny that you love the Ramsey time, man. Because like the thing is like it's very easy for me to like totally destroy, not even destroy, but like to just like be brutally honest. Like I do enjoy to be brutally honest. Like if it will help someone, I'll totally do that. I do it to myself all the time, and it does help me improve. But you know, you can do it with compassion too. Even if you're being brutally honest, you can still be compassionate. Anyway, that's the thing that probably like was the most obvious thing. The other thing, like I think that there are some mixing things for sure that will definitely help with this, because the thing is, once you have the music in a spot like that where the music is actually good, like you really need to start looking at the mix, because the song deserves like more effort and love in the mix side of things. So the thing that I probably will point out first, let's just go through it. Turn it down a little bit, but I should be able to still hear it. Okay, the most obvious thing in terms of mixing, that is probably also potentially the easiest thing to get the most results, is to put a compressor of any kind on the vocals. If you just put a compressor on the vocals, it will improve the mix greatly, because there's a lot of points in the vocals where the vocals are actually just, they have this, I don't know if you notice this, but they have a sharp like popping out of the mix every now, like it's fairly often in here, where it'll be like kind of sitting below the music, and then it will suddenly jump out of the music and then go back below the music. Okay, so the goal with the vocals is it's easier said than done, but the goal with the vocals is to have it sitting just a little bit above the music, right? So people can hear that it's on top, but it's not dominating the music, but it is on top. So that's kind of the goal. Easier said than done. Now, I'm not going to claim that that's easy, but what's happening now is that your vocals are sitting below the music just a little bit, and then they're jumping up to sort of stand out suddenly and surprisingly, and it's not really what people, that's not really what people want. It's not that kind of a surprise that they want. It's like a unexpected, unwanted surprise. So what you want to do, if you compress it, what it's basically going to do the vocals, you know how I was saying it's sitting below the music and then it jumps above the music? What it kind of does is it squashes the from both sides, it squashes the vocal dynamics down a little bit, so that if you turn up the vocals, it's not going to have those big sharp jumps out of the music, because that's probably the legitimate reason why you turned it down. That will be a legitimate reason to turn the vocals down, because if you turn up the vocals to the correct level for most of the time, those sudden bursts of the vocals are going to really, really hurt your ears. So that's how it is now. But if you compress the vocals, you'll have the ability to turn up the vocals without that problem, and then you solve two problems at once. You have less jumping out of the music, and you also have the sort of meat of the vocals sitting just above the, yeah, I know that's what happened, because I've been there before, man. Like, trust me, man, I know this shit, because I've been there before. I know exactly what goes down with the vocal levels. Is like one of the most popular requests that I get as an engineer to change, because like vocal levels versus the music is such an important foundational thing to get right. If you don't get that right, every other thing that you did is going to fall over, because people will not stop looking at it. You know, vocals are, people are very sensitive more sensitive to vocals than they are to any other instrument. And so if that's not in the right spot, they will not take their eyes off it. They will not stop thinking that it's in the wrong spot, and that they won't be able to focus on the song. So I would just suggest, like, look at some vocal compression. Is there any, like, I'll ask you the question, like, is there any way for you to get compression on the vocals? Because I know that you had trouble with, like, getting effects at all in Studio One. Is it possible to do that? The next question I had was, how did you record the drums? Okay, it is good. Well, definitely give it a shot, man. Give it a shot. How did you record the drums? And how did you record the guitar? Because honestly, like, the guitar is a guitar. I don't know what to say. Yeah, but how did you record it? Did you use a microphone? What microphone did you use? How far away was the microphone? All that kind of stuff. Did you plug it in directly? Like, I'm assuming maybe you just plugged it in. Okay, that makes sense. It was an E-kit. Okay, so the E-kit, that sounded like it was actually pretty good. Like, and I guess that it was like electronic drums because electronic drums are a lot easier to mix than something real. So the electric guitar, you plugged it in. Okay, cool. The electric guitar is more tricky to get a good sound than. Hey, Axel Rose, what's going on, man? Thank you for rating. That's awesome. I'm just giving a little bit of feedback to one of our viewers, one of his songs. Axel Rose, thank you for the follow. Thank you so much. It's very kind of you to rate, man. Thank you so much, man. If anyone has not checked out Axel Rose music, go ahead and do that. Go ahead and give a follow to Axel Rose. I appreciate the rate, man. How was your stream, by the way? Was it fun? Was it what kind of what you doing? Music? Was it a music stream or like what kind of stream are you doing? So I'm just gonna go back to hey, Quick and Deadly. Good to see you, man. Oh, nice. Thank you. Hey, Jaded. Thank you for coming through with a shout out. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Definitely check out Axl Rose's music. I'm gonna have to check out Axl Rose's music too myself. Let me get the link actually set up so I can check you out for real. Yeah, so yeah, give you a follow. Yeah, so oh shit. Yeah, give you a follow. Whoa. I'm gonna pause that. I'm gonna create an infinite loop. We don't want that. We've been there before, guys. We've been there before. We don't want to do that. So going back to, I'm just giving feedback to Sprague here. Your drums actually fit in the mix pretty well, but the guitars, right? That's something that it would benefit from some sort of EQ. So let's just listen to some of it and just play around with it just a little bit here, just really briefly.
This isn't how I thought it would go. I guess I assumed that this was all for show. You ask me why do you walk off on your own? Whenever I tell you I'm right here, I forget some.
So there's a few things I noticed when I fudge. No problem, Axel Rose. I appreciate you, man. There's a few things I noticed when I do the little sweep. I don't know if you noticed it, but definitely noticed that there's some beautiful frequencies in the vocals that are not necessarily coming out yet. Now, when you start to compress the vocals, you're going to find it much easier to bring out those tones, okay? So compression, do that first, okay? Do that first. Sprague heard it. Okay, great. That's great. So just I would definitely experiment with compression on the vocals first, and then experiment with the EQ a little bit as well, and just do some boosts. There's a couple of areas that were really nice that I tried. Let me just quickly do that again. Let's go back here and let's try. So it's just actually really hard, like, it's actually really hard to do this correctly because the vocals really need to be compressed first, okay? But you can get an idea that there are some nice tones in the vocals that you could potentially try and bring out just a little bit more, just down in the mids a little bit and then up in the highs, like, yeah, I would say high mids a little bit as well. So that's the first thing I noticed when I did that. Let's try to focus on the guitars now and see how that goes. Let's see if there's a Is there a spot with the guitars without the vocals?
If I got rid of
I think. So this is actually really hard to do because the guitars are usually like buried under something else, like the rhythm guitars are. So it's very hard for me to like isolate them and EQ them. But let me just think. I need to ask again. Like I need to actually ask more about the vocals because like. Okay, so how did you actually record the vocals? Like what microphone did you use, and what situation were you in? Like, you know, like, where were you recording it? How far from the microphone? Like, what's the deal? Do you have a pop shield? What's going on? Because I do think that if I were you, the first place I would start, when I'm mixing, like the first thing that I always try to start on is the weakest link. So it's important to like identify what's the weakest link, what's the weakest in terms of the mix, what's the weakest link. And to me, I think the weakest link is the vocals because they need so much work to get them to a basic level of goodness. In terms of mixing, not in terms of performance, because the performance is actually really good, man. Like you got some really good vocals. You got a friend recording vocals. He's got a really good voice, man. Like for real. Okay, you don't know how he did it because the recording is bad. Like I'll just be really frank with you. Recording is really bad. There's some really big problems, like some really big resonance problems that are just absolutely terrible. Like it's not even just like regular bad. It's like extra bad. Okay, so like I would definitely the next thing I would do is like if you're gonna work with this guy again because it would be really cool if you did. He's got an awesome voice, man. A good vibe. Just talk to him about how he records and try to get more information and then direct him towards a better recording situation. Because it doesn't actually cost that much money or effort to get better than what he's doing, okay? Like you can spend a small amount of money and effort to get a better sound than what he's got out of these vocals. And his voice deserves it. He's hard to work with? Well then, work with someone else. That's the other solution. If he's hard to work with someone else. Because you seem to know a lot of talented people, so it's no problem. But I'm just saying, like, from my perspective, if you want my perspective on this particular song, like, I think one of the weakest links is the actual recording of the vocals and how it was recorded. That's the biggest problem. The next thing in line is probably the guitars. They need some sort of, like, tone or, if nothing else, like, some sort of EQ to give it a little bit more of a spot in the mix that actually is its own spot and doesn't step on other things. And that is very difficult for me to do right now because it's very buried underneath a lot of other problems. So I would just, yeah, you can still, it's not like it's a lost cause. Like you still do the compression thing. That's going to help a lot. And then do some EQ on the vocals. And then from there, it's going to be easier to listen to the rest of the track because the reason why you work on the weakest link, it's not just to feel shit about yourself. It's because once you lift the weakest link, the next weakest link becomes available and clear to you, right? If you keep that weakest link in the mix and you keep working on other things, that weakest link is going to mask the problems of the other shit that's less bad, right? So that's why you kind of always try to fix the worst problems because once you fix the worst problems, then the next worst problem becomes clearer. And then you can work on that. And that's probably going to be the guitars, right? Once you do that, my guess is that it's probably going to be the guitars that you're going to hear it and be like, oh, now the guitars don't feel up to the level of the rest of the stuff in this song, if that makes sense. Okay, so yeah, just do those things, man. Like definitely do the vocals because like this, you know, people like this, man. Phone microphone, I'm just saying phone microphone, man. Honestly, dude, like I don't know how he got the recording so bad. Like something is terribly, terribly fucking wrong with that. However he's recording it, like An iPhone, an iPad, an Android phone would sound better than this. Like just any phone, unless it was a really cheap, like a really cheap phone. Maybe it would sound shit. Hey Nabi, what's going on? It's good to see you. We're just streaming and listening to people's music. Nabi, hey people, you guys know Nabi. She just dropped a song, man. Like I just let you guys know about that on Discord. And if you guys have not checked out Nabi's song, you should do it, man. It's a sick song. It's an awesome cover. It's awesome. It's cool to see you here, Nabi. It's actually the first time that I did like a joint stream between Twitch and YouTube. That's probably like the first time that you're here, because like I'm normally just on Twitch only. And Jaded is on everywhere. Jaded is on YouTube and Twitch. He's like the ultimate mod. If the fuel pump is dead, it doesn't matter how new your air filter is. Yeah, it's something like that, Jaded. It is something like that. Like you got to fix the basic shit first, and then you move on to the next thing, and you keep going, right? Axel Rose Music said the weakest link here was the recording engineer, I guess. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think, and then in this case, I think it was the vocalist who was being difficult, and I don't know how. Again, I have no idea how you record vocals that badly, man. Like, I'm really tolerant of like people. They're all at different levels, but this is inexcusable. Like, there's a way to do this with very little money and very little effort, man. That's better than that. So, you've got a few things to try, Sprague, with that song, and let us know how you go with that, because that song's cool, man. It's got a good vibe. Sprague is saying, oh yeah, for Elevator Talks, I did some of the stuff you talked about on the other song, and there's some big changes, and it's come a long way. Can we hear it? If we can hear it, we can listen to that and go back to songwriting. And Quick and Deli saying, but the song itself is very nice. Yeah, exactly. I agree with that. 100%. It's really, like I said, the first thing that I noticed is that the arrangement of the music is very good. It's like really, really good. The vocal performance is very good. And the vocal arrangement is very good. Like with the harmonies and everything. It's really good, man. Like, it's just a good vibe. Like you do this a lot with your songs lately. Just good, like, summer vibes, man. Like, I think you have that down. I don't know why, but you have this summer vibe thing down. I think even in wintertime, I think you were still writing like summer vibes. That just from memory, I think you have like a thing where you just do that a lot. Yeah. So yeah. Now I'm gonna move back to songwriting. But Sprague, if you want us to hear the changes that the other song has made, feel free to post that. That's fine. It's totally fine. Okay, because we're gonna get through some more. We're gonna finish the song tonight, man. That's big shit. And this is what we have so far. Let's see if we can just tweak the volume of this. Okay, I think I got it. Just that last note. Change that note. to this note. Make it a little bit longer. Okay, I think we have This Is Our Favorite Thing. Welcome back, Sprague, by the way. I think this is our favorite thing. We might base the rest of the song off this. So. I just want to do like one little change here. Just those first two groups of chords is too repetitive. Just a little bit too repetitive. Just making a tiny little change. Okay, we're gonna do it in the electric piano too. What would you consider your style of music you make, or different styles? It's a really hard question to answer, but like I can tell you that lately I've written a lot of. I've been focusing more on like, excuse me, singer-songwriter shit. So, excuse me, I need to drink the water. Or lemonade. Good night, Sprague. Thanks for sharing your song. I appreciate that. Axl Rose music, of course you can ask. Are you asking for the physical keyboard or the VST instrument that I'm the plugin that I'm using? Oh man, that was serious, man. The waffle fries just destroyed my my throat. They just dried it up. The MIDI keyboard. This is a Nectar. It's called a Nectar Impact LX49. Yeah, I'll write it down. This is what it is, I believe. So, this is actually just a controller. The one behind me, this red one, that is actually a synth. That is an old... now it's old, man. I got this... this is the first synth that I ever bought. It's like a Nord Lead 2. That's an actual synthesizer. Now, I should actually... I did hook this up, so I'm just going to turn on the sound for it, because... That is actually a synth. Yeah, you know the Nord Lead. I just want to play it for a second. it's a nice synth, man. Like, it's very basic, but it's just really nice to use and very simple. So I really love that, and like I really love my simple synths, like because it's easier for songwriting. Like if you're writing music, it really helps to have instruments that are very, very easy to use and very quick, and that's kind of my jam. I love writing songs. That's like my favorite thing to do. I think it's possible that I even like writing songs more than music production. Oh, thanks for the link, Jaded. Appreciate that. Nord is amazing. I want the stage lead, dude. If I had the money, man, like, I would fucking love to have that shit. I do have a bit of a soft spot for this. Is a Nord lead too, right? So this is I have a soft spot for that because I do think that this is like one of the coolest just UIs, one of the coolest user interfaces I've ever used for like a subtractive synth. The only other thing that competes for me on that level is the Juno 60 or the Juno 106. Like they're both so simple and easy to use and such a joy to use. It's fast. I would say like that's the reason why it fucking rules. It's very fast to get to sounds on those things, even faster than that. But in terms of this is more of a complicated, like a more advanced subtractive synthesizer. So you know it has more options and more for features and more depth to the programming. But considering the depth that this has, this is extremely simple to use. But yeah, the Nord stuff, like, man, if I had a lot of money, I would just have a lot of those. Because, you know, the thing is, man, like, that keyboard, like, the keyboard itself, the physical keyboard, is, like, probably... It's definitely the best synth keyboard that I have ever had. Like, I've never felt a keyboard that felt better than that for synths. You know, like, for the semi-weighted, not the weighted keyboards. Like, the one on the bottom here, that's a piano, that's a stage piano, right? So that has... my favorite like weighted keys is on that, but the non-weighted keys or semi-weighted, that's the best feeling keyboard that I've ever tried. So if I had the money, man, I would have a shitload of Nord keyboards because they just make really nice hardware. Like the hardware feels really good. I'm an idiot. I just noticed the second keyboard is in place of the push. Yeah, it is. Yeah, believe it or not, that's what it used to be. Like it used to be that for years, and then because I was doing like live streams, I put the push up there, and then I put the laptop up there. I've tried a few different things, guys. I like to experiment, you know. Yeah, but now, Easy, just going back to your question real quick. I do make different styles. I spend a lot of years doing. If you check my YouTube, I don't know if do I have a YouTube trigger? I never remember. Like, I don't know. Like. Wait, let me try this. Let me try this. I don't think this is gonna work. Let me try this. Okay, my YouTube is there, right? So there's a lot of like EDM pop stuff, right? I've done a lot of that stuff. And then there's like a lot of 80s, like I do a lot of 80s retro shit. Like that's big for me. I did some video game music as well. That's kind of like 90s, 80s and shit, like that kind of like vibe, 80s and 90s. I love 80s and 90s vibes. So that's huge for me, right? Even if I'm like making pop right now, it's still like influenced by the 80s and 90s. And if I start producing this, it's going to have elements of the 80s and 90s for sure. And like so many of my instruments in my computer are targeting specifically 80s and 90s period instruments. Because I'm just a really huge fan of that shit. Axel does some really nice synthwave. Oh, thanks, Quick and Deli. Thanks for. It sounds like you invited Axel to the stream. Thank you for that, man. Appreciate that. He does some really nice synthwave tunes. That's awesome, man. That's cool. We're both doing like some similar stuff. We've got some overlap. That's really cool. I should hear your stuff some point, man. So. Yeah, I would love to have more stuff if I had more money, and then you also need space as well. So, okay, guys. Now, we're gonna do this, right? We're gonna do this thing. I'm putting this clock on. It's 25 minutes that we're gonna spend on writing, okay? And then we're gonna take another break. Yeah, Axl Rose, how about this? We're gonna go back to songwriting for 25 minutes to get another section at least done. And then after that, we're gonna have a 5-10 minute break, or maybe 15-minute break, and we can check out your music. Is that okay? You should definitely drop it in the chat. If you want to, you can drop a link to whatever song you want in the chat now, and I can like queue it up. Sweet, sounds cool. I like some synthwave, vocal, melodic, deep stuff. That sounds like, yeah, I definitely cover some of that ground for sure. I definitely appreciate synthwave a lot, and I love vocal stuff. Trying to work with more vocalists lately. Oh my god, it's 5 a.m. Well, how about we just check it out real quick right now? I don't want to make you wait that long. But we really got to go back to songwriting soon, because the thing is that this stream, I have to finish a song from start to finish tonight. That's why I'm like pushing forwards. You know, one thing that I Axel Rhodes, honestly, like, post it in the chat if you want to, man. But yeah, I stream every week, so if you want to keep in touch with it, like, this probably makes it easier because I just announce the streams, so you get like the notification when I'm going live. But yeah, if you join that Discord, that'll make it easier. But it's basically every week at like 9 p.m. EST. Just keep in mind, guys, like, I'm still thinking about how do I fit this into a daytime over here in the States so that people in Germany and other places like in Europe can actually catch this stream a little bit easier, because I have like a lot of people that I would love to join the stream who are from Europe, and it's really difficult with this time frame. So I'm definitely looking into that. It's just a matter of like figuring out schedule, you know. Oh, thanks, Alex Roger, I appreciate it. Let's check this song out real quick. 1 second. This should work. Ooh, nice. Is that Mellowfi? Sounds like Mellowfi. Nice, man. I agree with you, Easy. That's kind of the time frame I'm looking at. Thanks for the heads up on that. This is dreamy, man. I love the dreamy vibe here. It's cool. That was a cool transition. It's cool. That was cool, man. I'm glad we listened to that. I like the general vibe. I like the hook, man. Like the general, like the hook, that melody hook is cool, man. There's something about like Germany, dude. Like, I really have found over the past few years, like, I really click with the vibe of music from Germany. Like the Germany, like the crossover between like Germany and retro is somehow very close to like my vibe. I don't know why. I think that has something to do with like, I'm sidetracking a little bit, but it's something to do with like Germany had similar computers and gaming platforms to Australia, which is where I'm from. So like Commodore 64 and Amiga was pretty big in Germany, and it wasn't really big in US. And a lot of other countries it wasn't big either. But like in Germany, Commodore 64 and Amiga was big. And for me in Australia, that was huge for me. That was a huge part of my like musical upbringing is from Commodore 64 and Amiga. But yeah, it's an awesome song, man. I love that melody hook. I love the general vibe. I love that. See, I told you, man. You had an Amiga 1200. I had an Amiga 600 HD with a hard disk. I had a 1 megabyte expansion, and it was about this big. Like, I'm no joke, man. I'm not. Like, this is not an exaggeration. That shit was about that big, and it was like this thick. 2 megabytes. Holy shit! I had a. I don't mean to boast, but I had a 40 megabyte hard disk. You still, oh dude, then that's elite, man. That's fucking dope. That is elite that you still have your 2 megabyte hard disk. Right. Are you talking about HD as in hard disk or HD something else like another? Oh, you kept the hard disk? You kept the hard disk even though you sold the Amiga? That's crazy, dude. My brother still has, I believe my brother still has my Commodore 64, or not mine, but like the family Commodore 64 and the Amiga. And for quite a long time, he was playing like PlayStation 2 games and even PlayStation 3 games on, I believe it was the Commodore 64. Because that CRT screen from the fucking 80s was still going strong. Like, that's incredible, man. Like, you cannot buy a TV, like a CRT TV or monitor or whatever the fuck right now. You cannot expect that shit to last for 40 years, okay? I guarantee it's not going to last that long, man. Not at full quality. And this shit was like it was not broken. It's not even slightly broken, man. Like it was in like perfect condition. It was just working perfectly. You play like PlayStation 3 shit and it still works, man. So it was crazy, man. But anyway, yeah, so Easy is saying the Trans Europe Express went to Oz. What? How does it go to Oz? That's like so far away. That's impossible, isn't it? Are you making stuff up? Is that real? That sounds crazy. Jaded is saying, yeah, so we still have the Amiga 600 HD at home, man. Jaded is saying, I still have my 1994 CTX 19-inch. That's pretty big, man. 19-inch CRT, that's large. From 94, that's large, man. I remember, like, at that point, 94, I think 17 was large. 19 was overkill. I think that's what I remember anyway. I'm pretty sure that's how it was, man. Jaded, correct me if I'm wrong, but that's kind of like how it feels. You're saying you hope it still works. I mean, you should check it out, man. It as the years went on, like it just was not made to last as much, right? It was just not made to last as much. That's just how it goes. But thank you for sharing that song, man. That was dope. Oh, I took it too literally, Easy. I took it too literally. Trans Europe Express. Yeah, I took it too literally. I didn't read it between the lines. Apologies. That's funny. If I had known, I would have kept everything I want out. I totally get what you mean, man. I've got to tell you something. I don't know if have you heard of this? Have you heard of Furnace? Axl Rose? Quick and Deadly might have already told you about this. Quick and Deadly is already into this shit. But Furnace is a door that really well emulates like all these systems, like the Amiga, Commodore 64, Nintendo, all the arcade cabinets, Sound Blaster, like Sega Genesis, all that stuff. It really emulates them really well. It sounds really awesome, dude. Like it's no joke, man. It sounds really good. Yes, thank you, Quick and Deadly, for the translation there. I was busy eating a burger. Yeah, Axel Rose, I'm guessing that you've already heard of it through Quick and Deadly because Quick and Deadly's already onto it. And if you already own an Amiga, I'm sure that you've heard of Furnace now. Thank you, Jaded. You are really good at these. You are very good at doing links. I appreciate that. Oh my god, you work with Fast Tracker. See, that's the. I don't have the street cred for that. I worked with ModPlug Tracker, right? So ModPlug, that was a cop out for me because I wasn't using like a real Amiga. I wasn't using even DOS. I was using Windows, right? But I did start out with a tracker. You know, that was the first like music that I really made on a computer, like electronic music. Apart from General MIDI, which I started on General MIDI like before that. Like that was a different ball game. But like in terms of computer music, man, Tracker was the first thing I did. So like now I'm using Furnace. Like it's really taking me back, man. It's crazy. It's crazy. Like the very first touching of making music on a computer. Well, I didn't even know what a lead meant. I didn't know what a snare meant. I know that sounds ridiculous, but I didn't know what they meant, man. This is before the time of the internet, where you could just learn everything in 5 seconds. I didn't know what these things were. I didn't even know what a kick was, man. Like, it's ridiculous. I didn't even know what the fucking parts of a drum were. And I was just fucking around with this tracker. It was so much fun, man. Oh, Walker, good to see you, man. Good to see you, bro. It's good to see you on stream as always. And the other thing with trackers is that all the mod music is open source. That was the coolest thing. Like, Furnace is open source. And that's cool. So like that means that if anyone shares Furnace songs, the only problem is that like Furnace, I don't think like Furnace songs they can't be played in any player, right? But yeah, that's the main problem because like with mods, you could download mods and you know people could listen, like listeners could listen to them, and those same listeners could load it in Fast Tracker or anything like that and see everything that's going on, but also have full access to all the samples that were used in any song. It's open source music. It's like it's the last format of open source music that I've ever seen in the world. I don't think there's a such thing as open source music like ever again since mods, man. That was the last time. Where like it actually includes all of the assets of the music in the actual delivered format. That's what I'm talking about. Like obviously if you're working with like Cubase or whatever the fuck you work with FL Studio, you can save the project in a contained folder and someone else can open it out in Fruity Loops, right? You can do that. But there's no such thing as a deliverable format to listeners that is open source anymore since mods. And I think that would be fucking cool if they came back a little bit. Just even a little bit. It'd be cool. Thank you for the Sega Mega Package reflection. Oh, no problem, man. I hope it's helpful for you, man. Yeah, it's a lot of sounds for Furnace. Like, yeah, Furnace just opens TFI files, so it's actually really easy to access those files from Furnace. It's actually really cool, and there's a lot of sounds, man. Like 33,000 sounds, man. It's crazy. It's really crazy. This is why I know about that's the same with me, man. The only reason why I learned hexadecimal is because of the tracker, because you're just required. And I was thinking about it, like, because I forgot. I was thinking about, is there a setting in Furnace where I can just change it to decimal? You know, like I just want to, like, you know, it's like sometimes I was thinking about the F, A, B, C, D, E, F. It's just like annoying. But then I thought, like, nah, but then you can't get to 128, right? In 2 characters, you can't get to 128 in decimal. You can only do that in hexadecimal. So that wouldn't work for all the effects, all the tracker effects. You actually do need hexadecimal to really get the full range of effect numbers. So, you know, you just get used to it, I guess. 080, yeah, exactly. But I gotta tell you, like, one of the cool things about trackers that I really love is that, like, there's a whole bunch. I was talking on the Furnace Discord the other day. There's a whole bunch of like 4-digit codes that are just really cool, and people can just tell you. The cool thing is people can literally just tell you 4 digits, and that's it. That's the effect. So, if, for instance, like there's a nice, like, I found that in my last song that I did, the nice vibrato effect was 0443. So it's just 443 basically, right? If you just remember 443 at that type of speed of song, you can just type that in anywhere. Or if you want to share it with a person who's making music in a tracker, you just say, hey, 443 is pretty nice for me today. You know, like that's something you cannot do in a DAW, man. You just seriously cannot do that. There's no way. There's no way to do it. I learned hexadecimal to cheat on Shadow of the Beast 2. Damn, dude. Shadow of the Beast 2. I think I played Shadow of the Beast, was it 3? I think that's the one that I had. Is that the one where you're wearing a backpack, or they're always wearing a backpack? But those were like really good graphics games, man. Those were really, I really fondly remember Shadow of the Beast. It had a very good vibe. Like I don't think the game, I don't know if the game was any good, but the vibe of those games was very good. And the animations and everything, and visuals. Web port 443 is the HTTPS port. That's so funny, man. It just so happens that it's a really nice vibrato setting on Furnace, at least for the song that I was working on. So, yeah, always happy to get sidetracked with a tracker chat, but I'm very excited for where Furnace is going. Like, it's so cool. Like, they're going to release another update, a public update, very soon. And then, you know, the developer is actually, he said, he's like really excited to implement SNES, Super Nintendo, right? Which would be very exciting, man. Just getting a Super Nintendo engine in there is going to be very exciting for a lot of people, including me, man. Like, it's super exciting. And I think that the Amiga is becoming more viable now because they're implementing looping functionality. I don't think it's going to be perfect, honestly, like the looping functionality, but I think it's going to be like good enough, you know, close to what we had back then. Yeah, of course I remember Stream Tracker. I remember Scream Tracker, Impulse Tracker, and Fast Tracker. I remember all the trackers, pretty much. Yeah, I remember all that shit. That was the best. But yeah, it's super cool that we can access it again. Like, I'm having a great time with it, man. And something that I've been loving doing as well is going into Bitwig and recording my favorite, like, classic instruments. Like, you know, I'll just go in and record, it could be something as silly as a 303. It could be the one that I've been using a lot is the XV, right? That's a really cool instrument to sample. Or the Roland JV. That's really cool because that's the kind of shit that composers were sampling at the time. Another one that people were sampling at the time, big time, was the Fairlight, right? Like, this is big time, like in Amiga especially. Like, there's a lot of Fairlight sounds in all this tracker music and all the video game music. So I've like recorded a couple of these sounds. I want to record more of these, but just like this is the sound that they use in Another World for sure. Like, you recognize this from Another World, right? From that Amiga game. I forgot the melody. I forgot the melody, but that's the sound. So there's a lot of Fairlight sounds that were just circulating in the tracker world, and so I really want to just sample, just for fun, like do it myself, like sample a bunch of Fairlight sounds and just put them into tracker songs. This is the Fairlight. This is a Fairlight CMI. It's an Arturia emulation of it. I don't love all the Arturia stuff, but this is good because I don't know any other Fairlight emulators, so I can't really compare. But this does have all the sounds from the Fairlight, and it sounds fairly Fairlight-like. So you know, and if it doesn't, whatever. Like, once you sample this and put it in a Amiga like audio format, you're gonna be crushing the sound anyway. But yeah, it's really cool. That's what I'm saying, dude. Like these fail out sounds, instant Amiga vibes, and this is not even downsampled to Amiga. Like once you downsample it, and then actually use the Amiga system to loop, because it's going to be shitty looping, right? It's not going to be perfect. Once you do that and you hear that or that looping, the shitty looping, because this is nice looping, nice-ish. The Fairlight was still pretty shitty, but like. Then you'll really go even deeper into the Amiga sound. So once you get it into the Amiga sampler in the tracker and furnace, it's going to be the next level. So you can just imagine. I forgot what the audio format was for like the kilohertz. I forgot what the kilohertz was, but the beautiful thing is that furnace kind of handles a lot of that shit, right? So yeah, these are some cool things that I'm really excited about for Furnace because yeah, it's got the tracker workflow. It's got a whole lot of really cool. It's got so many good like gaming systems, man. Like, and they sound incredible. They sound so fucking good. So let's have a look and see. Will you make stuff with Furnace sometime in the future? Yeah, I've done it before, man. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I love doing that, man. The only thing with Furnace is that it's pretty slow compared to like these doors. Like it's actually quite slow, right? So it's not the best content, but I definitely want to do more. As I get faster, I want to learn to get faster with Furnace, and it's still going to be slower than a door, but like I definitely would like to try that again. I'm glad you discovered it through the stream, man. That's cool. I'm super hyped about it. Just because I'm using Bitwig doesn't mean I'm not hyped about it. I've started using like the I started dabbling with the OPL, and that's like been really interesting. It's definitely a challenge because it's very limited, but this is one of the songs. It's just using the Sound Blaster, so the MIDI FM synth from the Sound Blaster, which is very limited. But I find it to be still very interesting. It's called Mystery Detective, or Detective Mystery. So yeah, it's really cool because like it gives you that sort of micro control over each note. As you know, with trackers, one of the great features with trackers that is different to DAWs is that it has more of a microscopic control over every single note. Whereas in a DAW, you tend to group instruments together in one channel. That's generally how it works. But here you're managing voices. If you want to implement delay manually, you're managing each voice of each delay. You know, like it's very specific, and I kind of like that. Like I like that control. And this is, well, just quickly play this before I go back to the other door, to Bitwig. But this is a Genesis project which I did with 3 Sega Genesis chips, right? So I used one of the chips was used just for delay. Right, so I could have the voices. Like it's only 6 voices, right? Well, like 5 synth voices and then 1 sample voice. So I used one of the Genesis for delay, and then I used another one for pads and other sampled stuff, right? which I did sample from Bitwig. Like I have, there's a Fairlight sample in here. Okay, so see if we can spot it. That's a work in progress or whatever, but I found that to be incredibly gratifying. Just like the sounds and just the workflow of tracker workflow was really fun to work with, man. Like it was slow. I'll admit that it was quite slow, but I'm learning to get a bit faster, you know, bit by bit. Caitlin, so good to see you. Welcome to the stream again. We do have this goal of finishing a song from start to finish. I have to get cracking on this, by the way. Yeah, thanks Quick and Deadly for inviting Axel to the stream, man. I appreciate that. That's really cool. Axel Road's got some feelings. Nice. I'm glad, man. I'm telling you, man. Like it just from the sounds of like what you're into, and you have a tracker background, like you're definitely going to love Furnace if you dig into it a little bit, man. Like there's some beautiful shit in there waiting for you, and it's not just the Amiga thing that you had from Fast Tracker, because that is cool, but like you know, just being able to use the Genesis synths in there directly in that tracker interface and doing pitch bends and all this stuff like that, all the per note expressions, which I'm sure you know about, it's really cool. Like it's just so cool, man. So, dude, Axel, I don't know if you've joined the Discord or if you have Discord, but if you do have Discord, please join it, because I'd love to stay in touch and just like we gotta share our music, man. Like the love for this kind of music is something we gotta share it together, man. What else? I think I'm caught up on the chat. The stream has been good, Caitlin. We've been doing a good mix of talking and making music. Isn't that what we're supposed to do? That's what we're supposed to do here. We're trying to start and finish a song. So far, I have a chorus that I'm satisfied with, and then I want to work around that to make the rest of the song. Axel, you're asking, did you join? I don't know if you did. I can't see you joining yet. So I don't know. I don't know if you have, but yeah. Yeah, I'll post the thing again. The name is Comic on Discord. I don't think that you're on the. I don't think you're on the Discord. Just looking at it. But if you follow that link, oh, you did join. Oh, I can see you now. Yeah, I can see you now. I didn't see any rolls. You don't have any. You're very naughty. You didn't pick up any rolls. Yeah, I did see you. You somehow slipped in without any. That's really weird. Usually the server will give like a notification. But yeah, you're there. Or maybe you were there before. You're just like lurking. Yeah, but definitely comic. Do like I'll make comic / Axel Rose. Like let's share share the love for this music. So, Caitlin, if you're just catching up, this is what we have so far. We've tried a few ideas here on the left, but we're going to stick with this one and we're going to work with that. Okay, so this has got a nice... This has got a nice loop to it. So I don't know what to do with that because I'm not satisfied enough until it loops. But for now, let's see if we can find something. Let's... Axel Rhodes, thanks for joining us, man. It's been really nice to meet you, man. Have a good rest. We'll see you next time, hopefully. Oh my god, those fruits are awesome, man. I love those. I want those emotes, man. Okay. I think this might work for something else. So let's see if this fits with the time signature, man, because everything I've been doing, it just has not been in like a correct time signature. So let's try it. Okay, that last one's going to work. So like wondering if that's a happy accident or not. I'm gonna keep it simple for now. I don't feel confident about that. It wasn't really hitting me. Okay, we have this section. Let's move it. Let's move it before the chorus and see what happens. Definitely need a metronome. try to put together some kind of melody here. If that's like what you want. So I might just make a piano layer that just for the melody. That way, yeah, I can just make a very like basic kind of melody to follow. Like it just make it easier to like navigate the song, I think, if we just have a melody layer. And then I don't think that leads well into the chorus, so we're just going to modify those notes just a little bit. Let's just delete them and then rewrite it. That's nice. Okay, we'll do that again. Because the thing is that I like about that is that with a lot of tension. So like what I learned today is that like a lot of songwriting is playing with tension and release. It's not a new concept exactly, but like exploring that is a very deep thing. And what that means is a deep thing too. Like it's one thing to say you're playing with tension and release, and it's another thing to understand what that means musically, you know what I mean? And that's an endless journey. Understanding concepts like that and translating it into music is a sort of endless exploration. It's not something that you figure, someone tells you what it is and that's it, right? Someone tells you what it is and that's the beginning of the journey. So tension and release, like in this case, where we have that melody that goes like this and goes into this chord, like these two notes actually clash. Like I don't know if you can really tell it, but like if you play these two notes together, like these kind of like feel like in harmony. And then if you play these notes, can you hear how that's like very dissonant? It's not exactly like friendly. It's a little bit disharmonious. And then you go back to something like this. Every time I hit that note, it doesn't become jarring or hostile or anything like that. It just stays like stable. It's very stable. And there is this thing of stability and instability in chords as well. So what I really liked about it is that this melody from the previous section actually led into the chorus with a tension note, which is really interesting. That's a tension note right there. So instead of just going to, which is all very nice, it feels good, but if you cannot appreciate the good feelings in music unless you can't get the full experience out of them unless you have the tension. If you just only give like, if you have like, basically what it is like when I was told this as well. It's like if you're cooking, right, it's very common to use salt and pepper, and salt and pepper are like those stable chords. Like it always works, man. Like in almost every dish you can put salt and pepper in there, and it's gonna be good for the dish, right? It's generally pretty good for it. But if you never stray from salt and pepper, if you never try any other spices, like you'll never get to that extra good stuff, like the extraordinary foods, or just something that's more interesting, more rich, that tells more of a story. You know what I mean? So there's a place for salt and pepper. You know, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that it's bad to make food with only salt and pepper, but there's something more specific and rich about exploring some of those other spices, and that's basically what this is about. So anyway, let's play the start to finish, see what we got here. Turn off the click. So I'm not going to figure out the melody for the hook just yet. I want to move on and make the chords for the rest of it, but I'm very happy with what's going on here. Like, I really like that changeover. That's really cool. I'm really happy with that. So let's now see if we can come up with some sort of verse here. Let's see. Going to get salt and pepper and porn. Oh my god, you guys are great. This is why I love having this stream, man, because you guys make me laugh, man, when I get too serious. Okay, so I'm going to save this project here. 22/8/20. What's the date today, guys? What's the date? The 25th? 25th. And then what are we going to call it? I just don't know what to call it. This is the thing, man. Here's the thing, man. Like, it's really fucked up to it's really fucked. I've got to come up with a new system or something, because it's really fucked up to try and come up with a, thanks Rick and Dilly. It's still 25th over here, man. It's still 25th though. It's very close. Very close. We're on the cusp. We've got 10 minutes. Yeah, for you it is for sure. And for my buddies and my family in Australia, it's the 26th for sure. Definitely. 100% 26th. But like, here's the thing, man. Like, I want to know what you guys do too. If any of you guys make music, like the process of like saving this project right now, I have to come up with a title. I have no idea what this song is about, and it was actually quite comforting today. Now, Quick and Deadly and Star Woman Caitlin. Now, you two, you didn't know what nice thing happened to me today. My favorite band. I'm going to give you the quick version. My favorite band for the past 2 years was Soft Cult. Soft Cult is a band that writes about stuff that I was going through at the time. It's so specific to what I was going through, and they were going through. The more I learn about the band, like, they were going through something very similar to me for a very similar time frame of like the problems and the oppression, all this kind of bullshit they were going through, and then coming out of that. And so I was coming out of that bullshit, and at the same time as the band was coming out of the bullshit and writing songs about it. And it just so happens that not only that, but they're fucking incredible just musicians. I just love the style. I love the aesthetic. I love the vibe. I love the music. I love the songwriting. I love the lyrics. I love the mixing is incredible. The production is incredible. And they're all DIY. Like, they're doing it themselves, man. It's absolutely crazy what they're doing by themselves. Even like music videos are really good. It's just, they're doing it themselves. There's no label anymore. So they used to be on a label and they're not anymore. And they're doing better than they were on the label, which is absolutely awesome. It's very cool to see that, because like it would be very normal for them to just like, you know, have their own thing and have like less people into them and shit like that, and just deal with that for a while and then try to get bigger. But like they're actually doing better. So anyway, so these guys, like, I'm obsessed with them. I look up to the two girls that are the songwriters and the musicians in the band, and the lead singer, her name is Mercedes, and she actually just put out recently that she's doing like songwriting lessons. So I was like, dude, like, I'm getting into songwriting right now. I want to learn how to do this properly. Like right now, this is literally what's happening in my life. I'm changing my direction of my business and everything like that to be more songwriting focused. And I was like, who should I learn songwriting from? Like, should I learn songwriting from someone that is my favorite songwriter right now in the world? Like, should I learn from that person? It's an easy answer. The answer is yes. So I just like contacted her and we started. And we actually had our first lesson today. And it was really good. Like, it turns out that she's not only like a good musician or whatever, like she's actually a really good teacher too. So I was expecting that she was going to be a good musician and maybe not like a awesome teacher or something like that, but she's actually really good at teaching. So like I was really happy today. Like I was really pleasantly surprised at how good she was. So now I can actually say that I'm learning songwriting from my favorite songwriter in the world right now. Like who I think is my favorite songwriter is literally like her and her sister are my favorite songwriters. like period. There's no contest for this. Like for me, there's no contest. It's not even close. So I'm actually really stoked that I can do this. It's really cool, and it's not like a crazy expensive thing or anything like that. It's like it's within reach. And it's worth the sacrifice, even if it is a little bit like of money or whatever. But like, it's so worth it. Like I'm learning a lot of stuff and I'm learning from the right people. So it's really awesome. I've seen on them on your Insta. So it's only, yeah, exactly. Like it was already amazing to like be able to like meet them and see them play live and stuff like that. Because they started out during COVID, right? They were like the COVID band. They helped a lot of us through COVID, but like they finally was able to gig this year, right? Finally, after years of like just being COVID band, and I just hope that they're gonna keep getting more gigs, man, and start headlining too, because they're currently supporting most of the time, but they got a fucking headline and they're a fucking amazing band. Anyway, so I'm just really happy about that. Really, really happy. And why I mentioned that is because talking about like titles, right? We're coming up with a title right now. It was comforting to hear from her that she's like, you know, lyrics are really hard for her, and that like it's usually the last thing that comes. So, you know, like you'll be putting together like the music, the melody, all this kind of stuff. And this is different for every artist, obviously. There's no one way to do this. But for her, someone I really look up to, lyrics was kind of one of the last things that came into the song. And therefore, probably the title as well, because the titles come out of the sort of lyrical content a lot of the time, you know. So at this early stage, like I think like the next lesson, I'm gonna literally ask her like, how do you save your projects? Like, you know, like when you're working on a song, like how do you save them? Like what do you call it? I'm gonna actually just ask her, just see what she says, because like I don't know what to do. Like I'm literally just calling this like songwriting stream. No, I'm not going to say songwriting. That's so sad. I'm just going to say songwriting 01. I'm just going to start there and I'm going to rename it later on. So anyway, I just want to share that like it's comforting to know that this is a phenomenon that a lot of people go through. But I need to ask her and see what her actual deal is with that. Okie dokie. So we need to move this stuff. Now I've saved that, so I'm going to actually delete all this stuff that we can have a clean slate. Okay, we're going to delete all the old stuff that we're not going to use anymore, and we're going to save it as a different project. I'm going to call it Songwriting 01A. Okay. Okay. Whenever I don't know with art, I just leave it, let me just continue this, untitled and have the date like 000, yeah. That's not a bad idea actually, just to have it completely empty. Because the thing about that, like if you leave it empty, then it kind of gives you space to just fill it in when you feel comfortable to do that. That's actually, at first when you said that, I was like, yeah, but don't I need to put like something there? And it's like, no, actually you don't need to put anything there, especially if it's just like, you know, yeah, sometimes it can help to have something there so you can identify it a little bit easier. You know what I mean? So that's why I did like Songwriting 01, because I know that this is the songwriting focused thing that I'm working on today. And sometimes you want to be able to look through your work in progress folder, which does get quite large sometimes, and be able to scan through and see, just roughly what kind of thing is going on in this project. You know what I mean? So like if I go into the folder right now, let's like take a little quick look at my embarrassing folder of work in progress, right? So this year it's not that crazy because I don't know. I guess I've been like really struggling to figure out what the fuck to do a lot of this year, actually, to be honest with you guys. But yeah, you can see that I've marked each of the projects that are in progress as gray, and then the ones that are done are green, right? So there's like, I don't know, there's it's really important that I can look through this at a glance and kind of hone in on something that I might want to work on, if that makes sense. Now, the other thing I want to tell you guys is that I hope that this, like I had to reschedule one of our songwriting sessions, but like I told you about this a while ago, that there's one artist that actually, while I was going through some bad times, there was one artist that actually really helped me get through it. And it was just like this really chill EP that this artist was just made out of, she was actually a student, believe it or not. She was a music student at a school in England. And she just happened to write music that really resonated with me and really calmed me down when I was really having a bad time. And I needed a bit of like peace and a little bit of comfort. And it really, there's these moments, like I'm sure you guys have had this too, where like you have this like album or EP or an artist or something at particular times in your life, and they just happen to really hit the spot and they just help you through something really difficult. Have you guys had that before? I'm sure you guys have at least know something about what I'm talking about here. And so like, I will always remember this EP because of how special and important it was for me. I'm glad, Caitlin, yes, okay, you've experienced this before. I'm glad that you've experienced this before, so you know what I'm talking about. And Jaded is a heck yes. Okay, this is good to hear from you guys. I'm glad that I'm not the only one experiencing this. So like, yeah, we all have these moments. This is why music is so important. Like the times where I question like my bullshit career of doing music when I should be doing something real with my life, which is what society says a lot of the time, I think about how important music is in those moments. And how music can like almost save your life, and probably in a lot of cases actually literally save your life, right? And that's no joke, man. Like, I mean, it's not every job that you can save people's lives, or at least, get them on a certain track or help them to stay on track a little bit. You know what I'm saying? So like whenever I doubt about this job, I try to remember things like that, like the importance of this job. It's often ignored, it's often minimized by mainstream society. But you just have to remember that there are these really, really key things in people's lives that they need that are not really advertised that much. They're not really talked about that much. Like, for instance, like you guys just said, heck yes, you said yes for sure, right? But these are not things that people talk about all the time. They don't always, the people are not always open about how an album saves their life, because it's very personal, it's very private sometimes to talk about that. But it's a big thing for a lot of people. So anyway, this artist, like she was that for me. Like this artist was that for me. Her EP specifically that came out at that time, that was that for me. It was the soundtrack to helping me survive a very terrible time in my life. Okay. And so what's really amazing is that we sort of reconnected as friends recently. And we decided that we wanted to really work with each other because like we really liked each other's music, like what we were doing. And she saw some of the stuff I was doing on Twitch. I saw some of the stuff that she was posting, and we just really like it. So we actually started working together the last few weeks. I don't know if I ever told you this, guys, but it's been pretty awesome. Like just to work with someone that means so much to you in that way, and their music means that much to me in that way. And to also like just have a two-way appreciation for like each other's like goals with music. Like we want to help people through life. That's our goal, right? We want to help people through life. because we all need fucking help. There's no question about it that we all need some fucking help, man. There's no question. That's something that there's no argument to that. Like, everyone needs help to get through at some point in their life, right? At some point, you'll need help, and it is healthy to need help and to go reach out for it. That's part of being a human being. So I'm really like hopeful that we can keep working on this and actually finish some songs and share them with you guys. I think it will be very special. Like, I am very excited about that. So I'll keep you posted about how it goes, because I'm telling you, like, this girl is very talented. Like, talented songwriter for sure, talented guitar player just alone, just really good on the guitar, and then a talented singer. Like, she's just very talented. And the other thing is that she's actually, I think that she's actually just really good to work with. Like, she's just a really good person to work with. So there's a lot of really good qualities that I appreciate about working with this person. And I'm just like, I feel like I'm entering a new world with music by collaborating in this very like intimate and close way with other artists, where we're actually sharing the process of writing music in a very, you know, intertwined way. So I'm excited to share this with you guys. So I'll keep you posted on it step by step. Let's read what you guys are saying. For Jaded is saying, quick and deadly is saying never. That's so funny, man. I'm sure that you've never had an experience with music. That's positive, man. Jaded is saying Eric Johnson, Venus Isle. Nice. I'm glad that you have something like that. It's really comforting to hear that, you know, each person has their own thing. Easy is saying it's ignored and minimal. If anyone else has, by the way, if anyone else is comfortable sharing, like maybe an EP or an album or a song even, that was something that meant something to them that's really important or personal, help them through, please post in the chat. I'm curious to see. Easy is saying it's ignored and minimized, and I think Easy, you're talking about the value of music. Yeah. Stigma, like, yeah, the starving artist. That is so true. The starving artist is this huge thing. I still suffer from that, man. I still suffer from that sort of internal thought of like, because I am struggling financially. You know, like, it's like the very typical thing. Most artists are actually in the category of that starving artist thing. That's just unfortunately, it's a fact. They're made on purpose. Society doesn't want healed people. It doesn't want conscious people. It wants people that are easily conditioned. I mean, I would agree with some of that. I would disagree with some of that. I see what you're saying, but I would say that there is the way that I understand it now. This is not fact. I'm not trying to claim facts. And by the way, when I say I disagree, I don't mean that what you're saying is wrong. I'm just saying that I have a different perspective, right? So because I totally see what you're saying. I totally see it. Believe me, I've analyzed this from many angles, but like, the way that I see it now is that we are conditioned to value productivity, right? And productivity is limited to a certain number of things in any point in time, right? There might have been a time in humanity where music was more valued, right? Music is not the same value for the whole of humanity. It goes up and down over time. Just like all the other fucking jobs, right? Like, computer jobs were totally fucking useless in the early days. It was totally useless. But now computer jobs is like everything. Software is everything, right? Software developers is like saturated market now. So, you know, these things change, but productivity is this thing that is limited to very things that are tied to money and fame. To put it simply, I know that there's other things, but to put it simply, it's money and fame. So if you're famous, then you're a productive person. If you're a famous musician, you're a productive person. You're relatively productive. There's still an argument that you're not productive, you're just doing bullshit, but you're relatively successful in today's society. But if you're not really earning that much money or fame from your music, you're not really seen as a valuable member of society, right? Even if you are saving lives, right? You could be, there's a lot of artists that are very small, they're not famous, and they're not rich, and they're saving lives. A great example is the person I work with that I told you about, man. She was literally a student. She was earning the total of probably $0 from music, okay? And yet she was helping at least one person get through life. And it's no joke. So that person is not valued. Like, what that person did with their music is totally not valued because it's not a productive, it's not tied to money. That's my opinion. If it's not tied to a large sum of money, it's not seen as productive. And that is a fucking stupid fucking way to look at life. That's my opinion, man. That's a stupid way to look at life, man. If you value productivity only on the money that you earn, you're fucked. You don't understand how life works, man. Because there's so much shit that we need that's so valuable. So many emotional, especially emotional support things that are so important to people that are not monetarily valued too well. Music is one of those things. And, you know, even movies and stuff like that, some of that suffers from a similar deal. But music gets a short end of the straw with a lot of entertainment stuff. You know, comedy is another one. Comedy is really tough, and magic too. Like, I would say comedy and magic are some of the more difficult entertainment industry areas to go into. But I do believe that things like magic, like magicians doing magic and comedians doing their bits, like, they're really important too, man. Just as important. Like with music, like, I feel like they're even less valued than musicians. Like, if you meet someone who says they're a comedian at a family fucking Thanksgiving, ooh, it can be tough, man. Depends on the crowd, but it can be tough. You know what I'm saying, right, guys? So that's just my take. But Caitlin's saying art should be comfort. The disturbed. Oh, sorry. Let me read this again. Art should be Art should. Oh, sorry. I'm not reading this right. Art should comfort the disturbed, and disturb the comfortable. Wow, that's so cool. I like. Wait, who said that? Actually, who said that? Wow, that's cool. Who said that quote, Caitlin? Is that from Caitlin? Is that Caitlin's quote? That would be so cool. Easy saying people that are easily controlled. Yep. Good art breaks conditioning. Yes. Yeah. It makes people question their perceptions and their decisions. You can't sell truly healthy people most things. Yeah. I agree with that. I agree with that very much. That last bit, I agree with that. Like, if you're truly healthy, there's a lot of things that you can't sell to people. I 100% agree with that. Jaded, we'll see you in a bit. Thank you for letting us know. Caitlin's saying, for some reason, I can't see Easy's messages in chat. Okay, so, Caitlin, I didn't tell you this, okay? But if you look on the screen, you have to actually look on the stream to see Easy's things, okay? So what we're doing today, I didn't tell you this, but we're actually doing YouTube and Twitch at the same time. So we're not really getting a ton of people from YouTube, to be honest. Easy is like the celebrity, the YouTube celebrity right now. He's like the only person that I think has come from YouTube this whole time. But like, yeah, that you can see on the stream right now. If you look at the stream video, you can see Easy's text. Yeah. So that's the way that I kind of have to do it because I'm streaming from both. It kind of has to be like this, and I will see if I can prove it. If YouTube works out, you know, I don't even know if it's going to work out, but for now it seems pretty cool. Just like if people want to come through from YouTube, it's kind of cool to just let them join us and just like hang out a little bit. You just have to look at the stream video to see them in chat. That's the only thing. Yeah, who did that? Caesar A. Cruz. Like, let me look that up. Actually, can we just like check that out for a bit? And then we're gonna go back to songwriting, guys, because we need to. We do have a pre-chorus, so I'm happy with that. We have a pre-chorus and a chorus. Now, I would like to build a verse. That's the next thing. That's the next challenge. Or a verse or a post-chorus. Let's aim to do that in the next 25 minutes. So let's check out Caesar A. Cruz. Did I find the right guy? Because whoever said that quote is pretty cool, man, to be honest. Like, I actually really like it. Okay, let me see this. Is this the guy? Let's check this out. This might be the guy. He says a gang violence prevention advocate. I don't know. Walker was saying, sounds kind of cliche now, but All Girls Are the Same by Juice WRLD came out right when I got out of On. Oh, wow. Yeah. That's huge, man. Yeah, see, that's the thing. Like, sometimes, like, songs is the timing too, right? Like, songs will just come out at a certain time where you're going through something. And that's the thing. Like, there's so much music coming out that probably doesn't resonate with you. But that's the beautiful thing. When you do go through something, there's a good chance that something will come out that actually really hits the spot. And that's a cool thing about the fact that we have a global sort of situation with music now, right? Where music is very global now. And if something comes out in Europe, it doesn't really matter. You're going to get it in USA, you're going to get it in Australia pretty fast. And the word will get around pretty fast too now. now that the internet is a thing and we're all jacked into the web, we cannot escape these things. And some cases, this is a good thing. You know, in some cases it's a bad thing, but in some cases it's a good thing that we can be actually pulled together. In terms of like the music choice, and having the ability to have music really hit in that specific moment in time in your life when you're going through something, I think that's pretty damn cool, man. Pretty damn cool. If anyone did not catch it, I got a fortune cookie with my burger, which is very strange, isn't it? Don't you guys think that? I got a fortune cookie with my diner burger. I don't know if I've ever done that before, but like, do you guys think that's weird? Like, I feel like I don't think that I've ever done that where like this is not like anything Asian in there. I don't think you can even buy one Asian thing in there. It's not even like, you know, like a diner that with an Asian tinge or anything like that. It's just like just a diner. I'll have to double check that, but I got a fortune cookie and it says, "You will bring sunshine into someone's life." Isn't that just really precious? Isn't that really nice? I like that. I'm putting it right here so you guys can see it the whole time. So, oh, you're looking up. Nice, Caitlin. I appreciate that. This could be wrong, but I think that may be the title of a poem he wrote. Well, that's a cool poem, man. It is a nice fortune. I thought it was like really sweet, to be honest. Like some fortune cookies are very like, they don't make total sense, you know, a lot of them, and then some of them are just like ridiculous. They just don't have any meat in them, you know. I've noticed that like when I came to America, the quality of fortune cookies went down. I think there's actually like a quality difference between different places. But yeah, you will bring sunshine into someone's life. Isn't that like really beautiful? Like, isn't that like, even just as a mantra, isn't that like a beautiful thing to just like hang on to and just like remember? Like, you will bring sunshine to, I mean, for me, like, I don't know what it is for you guys. Everyone is different. But for me, my ultimate purpose in life is to inspire other people, is to bring light to other people's lives, and to help them, not to help them directly, but to provide a light for other people. If I was to summarize it, that's what I love doing the most. It's what I have done in the past that gives me most satisfaction. But to provide some sort of a light, and that means something very different for everyone. You know, I know that's a very broad thing to say. But to provide a light for other people is huge. Easy saying that's what it's all about for me. To which part? To be inspiration or something like that? Is that what it's kind of like for you? That's cool, man. And thank you guys for sharing, man. I appreciate that. You're an astrologer / musician, so that's what drives you. That's really interesting. So, dude, astrology is very interesting. We've looked at black holes before on this, like 2 weeks ago on this stream. We were looking into black holes quite a lot, actually. It was quite interesting. It was very fascinating, like, just wow, like how crazy black holes are, man. Like it's really crazy. We don't fully understand them, but we have all these like theories that are pretty plausible. But we still can't really prove it, you know, a lot of these things. It's really interesting. But that's cool that you're an astrologer. I have a friend that's used to work at a planetarium, right? I know it's not astrology, but like, astrology is the wrong word. I know that's not, that doesn't mean that he's an astrologer or anything, but like he has a great interest in that stuff. He's very, very interested. He had a podcast about like stars and stuff. He's a huge fan of all, like the galaxy and everything. About space, you know. Quickenelli saying, I often wonder how different the world would be if Hitler had not been turned down when he applied to. Yeah, that's a funny one, man. That's a very interesting like thing to think about, isn't it? Because like some people say like, you know, I often wonder what the world would be like if Hitler was never born or something like that. But this is a much more interesting thing to think about, isn't it? Like you know, just a different direction. Based on how his art was received. And it is fascinating that someone can get quite upset if that part of their life doesn't work out, where the expression, specifically art, where art is an expression of yourself and being accepted by humanity, right? It is a huge part of being an artist. like if you get rejected, right? If you're a musician and you're writing music, and it seems to be very shunned by all of the world, like you find a very negative experience sharing it with people. It could have a deep. I mean, Hitler's a great example. You know, it can have a very deep effect on you and the rest of your life. And in the case of Hitler, the rest of the world. You know what I'm saying? Like the rest of the world, man. So like how you feel about how you feel about your ability to express yourself in this world is very delicate to a lot of people. And some people will claim that they're tough and other people are weak, but they're all trying to. I think everyone is just trying to express themselves, man. Even like the tough people who say that they don't need to have emotions or something, like they're still expressing something. They're expressing their form of who they are, how they identify themselves. Everyone's trying to do that. And if you don't get acceptance, that's when you get really fucking upset, right? If you can't find any single group that resonates, that's very difficult. And I hope that everyone can try to find their groups. And this is another reason why I love music so much, is because like music, to me, one of the greatest things about music is how it brings groups together, groups of people together, even if you never meet. So if you are into an artist that has maybe 100,000 fans, which is not even that much, right? If they have 100,000 fans and you listen to one of their like biggest songs and that resonates with you, immediately you know that 100,000 other people at least are feeling something similar to you and resonating with you. That's pretty special, man. That you didn't even meet those 100,000 people, and yet you know just by the fact that they have those fans, that whole system of like artists having fans and shit like that. That's incredible, man. For me, that has actually helped me. In the past, when I've been super lonely, going through some bullshit and been lonely for many years and going through some really dark times, like some of my artists, that's been my experience. Well, I knew that they had a certain amount of fans. Like I counted the number, right? Oh, I didn't like count it and go, I had an idea of like based on the views and stuff like that of how many people. I was like, around, hundreds of thousands or something like that. There's a bunch of people that are really feeling this shit. Not just like a little bit, but like a lot, man. Like they're really into this band, and so into this song too. Find that to be very special. And that's one of my favorite things about music. The ability for music to pull people, to give them the sense that they're a part of a group without them even having to meet, That's so fucking cool. Caitlin is saying you love space as well. Do you love space? So Caitlin, okay, that's really cool. You love space. Do you ever get, because I know that you know something about anxiety, right? I think you know something about anxiety. I know something about anxiety too. Don't worry. But now, when you think about space, Caitlin, do you have any anxiety about how big it is and how many unknowns there are? Or does it give you peace? Does it give you peace when you think about space? Does it give you actually a sense of peace for whatever reason it is that you have, which I'm interested to hear, by the way, because I have my own like feelings about space too. Space is really interesting to me. I have a lot of feelings about space. As with everything, I am emotional about space. I have feelings. Caitlin, no, how could I miss it? Oh no, are you into black holes? Oh my god. Oh, I mean, look, man, we're probably going to talk about black holes again some other time, man. Don't worry about it, Caitlin. We'll do it again. But like, I had no idea that you were interested that much in that stuff. That's crazy. Quickendale is saying, oh, you already read that? And Quickendale is saying, absolutely. Yes. Easy saying, I have a theory that black holes are portals into a completely different realities beyond time and space. Yep. I mean, it's totally possible, man. I'm not going to argue with that. People with strong aspects to black holes are usually prophetic in the things they say and seem to have ideas that aren't restricted to the current ideals. A savior. They usually have a savior complex. I didn't know about the last bit there. But yeah, like that's really interesting, man. I would say that well, black holes in themselves, they're outside of our knowledge. Like they're outside of our full understanding. So if you're tackling that topic, you're tackling something that's outside of you're attracted to something that's outside of our knowledge. And there's a lot of people that are not attracted to something outside of our knowledge because a lot of people want to believe that we know everything, right? It's difficult to accept that we don't know everything. So black holes are a pain in the ass, basically. Welcome back, Jaded. And so Caitlin's saying, I think more peace than anxiety. That's really nice. I'm glad to hear that, Caitlin. I also have a lot of okay, that's cool. I'm glad I'm not the only one that gets emotional about space, because for me, like, it's not necessarily just about the science, right? I do find the science very interesting, but just the basic experience of like looking up at the stars and experiencing like just the perception of space, the perception of the galaxy, the perception of the outer space outside of the planet, and how we fit into that, right? That gives me a lot of peace, because sometimes I think that my problems are too big. I think that in my head they're too big, and when you look at the universe and you see the context, you know how small you look in the context of space. It's a big reality check on the ego. It's a big reality check on how important you think you are. It's a big reality check on how important we think we are as human beings. You know what I'm saying? Like, our fucking human race is so small in time, scale, and in volume. You know, like, we think that there's a lot of people on the planet, and there's a big number of people on the planet, but that number is tiny compared to the universe. And the volume of space that we take up is fucking tiny. I mean, the volume of that Earth takes up is tiny. The volume of the solar system that we're in, the sun, is tiny compared to the galaxy. It's tiny. And the Earth is really fucking small compared to the sun. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Like, if you put the Earth next to the sun, it's very fucking small, man. Very small. That thing in the sky, that small circle in the sky at night, is actually like so much bigger than Earth, man. It's just really far away. It's easy to forget that sometimes, because that circle looks small. You know, it's natural to just think it's small, just psychologically. But it's like so much bigger than Earth, man. We're fucking tiny. And we're just little ants on planet Earth. So all that kind of thing, like, I usually think not just the solar system. I actually was just saying that for you guys, but like, I usually think of just the whole galaxy, or bigger than that. And I look at the star, or just the stars that I can see in the sky, right? Which shows like, wow. Yeah, the sun is just one of those things. Okay. You know, that's crazy, right? The description you gave sounds like me. Oh my god, Caitlin's resonating with the black holes. Caitlin's a black hole connoisseur. We should talk about black holes then. Next time we have a chance to do it, I'll make sure that you're here. I'll save it for when Caitlin comes here. Jaden is saying, replying to the fortune cookie, there is no sunshine without Betty. Well, I don't know. That's sad though, because like, you know, Betty's only going to be here for a certain amount of time. You know, like I kind of get sad about that sometimes. But you know, I agree with you, man. Like, it's just this weird thing. You know, pet mortality is such a fucked up thing. I've never had to deal with it, man. I mean, I've dealt with it for other people, but like not my own pets. So like, I don't know. I don't know how I'm going to ever deal with that. But, you know, the best way to deal with it is to just appreciate Betty every single day. And that's what I do every single fucking day. Every single fucking day. I mean, there's probably like days where I miss a beat. I'll be honest with you guys. Like, some days I'm just like not giving her all the attention. But like, most days I'm all about Betty, and she gets so much love. And like, that's all you can do, right? That's what you're supposed to do. With limited time, you're supposed to just like appreciate what's in front of you. It keeps you in the moment. That's the beautiful thing about mortality, right? It keeps you in the moment. Without mortality, we kind of get like lazy and bored, and things get a little bit weird. Subcorpse, what's going on? This is another form of easy. On Twitch now. Unified. Nice. Welcome to Twitch. It's good to see you here. Let's see. And then Jade is replying to acceptance. I just don't think I could take that kind of rejection. Okay, now let's watch it. Now we have to turn the sound on. And we have to turn the sound on from here. Bear with me, guys.
I mean, what if they say I'm no good? What if they say, get out of here, kid? You got no future. I mean, I just don't think I can take that kind of rejection. I mean, what if they say I'm no good? What if they say, get out of here, kid? You got no future. I mean, I just don't think I can take that kind of rejection.
I love these movies. These are great movies. I think that all three of them are really good. And I would say that, I mean, I think number one is, Back to the Future 1 is probably the best. Excuse me. It's the most classic one. But all three of them are very special. Highly recommend. If you guys haven't seen Back to the Future, I highly recommend just like check it out. It's on, I believe a lot of these are on Hulu. So if you guys have Hulu, you can pretty much check it out. But Betty's soul is eternal. That's definitely true. I appreciate that, Caitlin. That's very true. Caitlin, that's what I love about science, though. And the principles of matter, how it cannot be created or destroyed. I feel like souls are forever, even if our bodies die. What if what they were made of goes somewhere else? Yeah, I think that there's a lot of transformation. I think that transformation is a thing. You know, like that's at least that's the way I understand it. Is that like there's even for a body, like if someone's body is more, it's easier to it's easier to sort of define, right? A physical body than a soul is very difficult to define a soul and where it goes. Physical. It's very hard. But a body, like a physical body, if you put it, if a person passes away or an animal passes away, you put them, in the ground, and they change form. And actually, like none of them is gone in a way, but it sort of reminds you that you are one with things, because when we're born as human beings, we tend to we have this ego. We have the border around our body, and we say that this is me, right? Everything here, my face, my body, everything that my skin holds is me, and then everything outside of that is not me. That's what we're taught. I don't think it's true. I don't think it's true. I don't think it's a good thing that we're taught that. But that is what we are taught, is that everything outside of your skin is not you, and that everything inside of your skin is you. And you have to protect you from others. And I don't think that that's the only way to see it. Especially when like people, talking about like changing form and stuff like that, when we pass away, we become one with Earth. Or rather, we're reminded that we are one with Earth, or that we are one with the universe, that we are one with the cycles that happen within the universe. We're more fluid than we think we are, or that we were taught we are. So that's also an interesting thing. Oh my God, Fudge is still here. That's so cool. We were just mentioning that Caitlin missed out on the black hole thing because Fudge actually started. I believe that was you, Fudge, wasn't it? You posted a video. I think that you started the black hole talk. So it was with Fudge, man. So Caitlin, if you ever see Fudge on the stream, it's high time for black hole talk. Now, while you guys talk amongst yourself, I'm going to do some more songwriting. I'm going to put the clock on again for 25 minutes, okay? It was you, Fudge. I knew it was you. Now we're going to start moving forwards with this. Black holes are hella cool, man. Apparently Caitlin really loves black holes too. She missed that chat. Okay, let's try and continue from that. let's see if we can maybe just copy over these drums. I don't know if it's going to work, but just to have something to play with. Let's go with that, and let's start recording. I swear to God, guys, this process, it would be so much better with MIDI comping. It's just so fucking painful, dude. Listen, man, like, I'm waiting with bated breath for this fucking feature. Subcorps, dude, like, you use Bitwig, right? This is the one thing that I'm upset with Bitwig for. Like, there's other things that are small about Bitwig that maybe I'm a little bit upset. This is big. This needs to fucking happen, man. Like, I really now, like, the next update needs to have MIDI comping. We have audio comping. Just go on Ableton 11. Then my whole life will be over, man. Like, to use such a shitty DAW would mean that I would have to give up on my entire career. If I have to use such a shitty DAW to succeed, then I'm going to give up. If I have to use something like Ableton, like the dumps of the dumps, it's over, man. It's completely, I'm done. Oh my God. I'm glad the subcalls, I'm glad you agree, man. This shit needs to happen, man. Like, I get it. I appreciate Bitwig. I'm not like super mad at Bitwig, like in general, because I know that they have their own plan. Like, I get it. They have their own plan. They have really interesting plans to differentiate themselves from other DAWs, right? And I think they're focusing on that. But this time it's too long, man. It's been too fucking long. And they've got audio comping. Just do something similar to audio. I know there's a lot of quirks with MIDI. It's not as easy to do MIDI comping as it is audio. There's a lot of weird shit about overlapping notes, right? You have to manage that. And also automation. How are you going to manage that? Automation. There's a lot of things that are a little bit more complicated than audio comping. I'll acknowledge that. I totally acknowledge that. That's why I'm not totally mad, but I mean, it would make such a huge fucking difference, dude. Huge. I don't need the fucking metronome. I'm gonna turn that off. Oh, what? Oh, I get it. Okay. 1 second. I forgot what I was playing. Okay, I think that last one is going to work for me. I guess that's it. Yeah, so of course I agree with that. I think I've done something like that before. It's just so annoying though, because like you have to count the bars, and it's different every time that you do it. You have to change the bars, and then when I go back to doing like live sets and stuff, you have to turn that feature off. Like it's just very yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like it's just very like cumbersome and inconsistent of a workflow. So what I do is usually I just like, I don't want to fuck with that. When I want to press record, I just want to press record. I don't want to count the fucking bars and move it around and get it wrong, and then so I just press record, and then I do what I just, if you just saw what I just did, I just record as long as I want, and I just copy that clip into the song and then just move it like section by section to move through the takes, if that makes sense, which is, it works, man. Like it works good enough. So let's see. Oh my god, Caitlin, I just read what you said about being one of the only girls and then being talked over. That shit fucking pisses me off so badly, dude. It pisses me off so badly because, like, what a stupid thing to do. Like, don't you want more girls in your fucking class? Like, what sort of idiot are you, man? Like, do you really want to just push them out? Like, is that really what you want to do as a toxic person? Like, as a dude that wants to be a dude, do you really want to push the girls out? Really? I just want to ask them that question. And like, because I experienced that big time with like, when I was working in a studio, like in LA, like working in a studio as an engineer, like engineers are very, very male focused. Like, I mean, it's not male focused. It's like, it's the demographic of people who are usually become engineers or are channeled into that job. It's a lot of men, dude. Like it's like all like 90%. It changed a lot. So it's like, by the time that I was doing it, it was more like probably like 80%, right? People were like, it was really changing. But still, the problem was not just the minority thing. It's just like in order to progress as a girl, like you had to do twice as much. I saw the girls that were doing this shit, and they were doing like twice as, like in terms of their knowledge, in terms of their involvement in the studio, in terms of all the extra work that you do on top of the normal work, they're normally doing like a lot more work than the guys to get the same amount of progress. It's just I saw it with my eyes, man. Like you can't like argue it. Like it's really obvious, and it really pissed me off because like these girls, like man, I don't know. In one hand, like it's gonna make them tough, and they're gonna be tougher than the guys. In some ways, they're gonna be tougher than the guys. Like it's just it shouldn't be a competition like that. But like you do get some benefits from having to go through hardship, but at the same time, like it is frustrating to see this bullshit. Not a huge fan of that. Yeah, Fudge would know too because you're working in the sound industry too, right? The sound industry is definitely skewed. I would say engineering-wise, especially, right? Sound design as well. When it comes to video games in general, it's not quite as bad. It's still not that great. When it comes to music production, I think it's getting a little bit better. And when it comes to artists, it's getting a little bit better too. But there's still like a lot of like, even though like there's a lot of female artists relative to, like number-wise, there's still a weird like power dynamic between men and women in the music industry. Now let me see what else you guys are saying. And by the way, Caitlin, I'm so sorry to hear that that sort of affected your studies, man. That's the shit that pisses me off, is because I see girls that want to pursue a certain path, and then they're just met with something that other people are not meeting. And that discrimination and that pushing out and that sort of oppression as well, it really doesn't feel good to watch, man. I didn't enjoy that, like seeing that, and you try your best to like lift your friends up, right? But it's pretty hard. Even when you do that, it's still pretty hard. Like it's hard to just fight that embedded culture. It's really hard. You do your best though. If I'm just saying, I think I only know 2 women sound designers that have any decent work in my circle. Yeah, yep. Well, I was fortunate enough to know there was 2 prominent women that I worked with at the studio, and they're both like very inspirational people. And like one of them is like, dude, like one of the people that I work with in the studio, she's doing so much better than anyone else in that studio, man. And she's not working out that studio. She moved over to like video games, and she did like voiceovers and stuff like that. She's doing like big games like Call of Duty and fucking all these like really massive franchises, and she's getting her face like 3D modeled into games and shit like that, like becoming characters. Like she's doing really fucking well, like in an area that she really enjoys. So I'm lucky that I know people like that they're like really inspiring. Yeah, like she actually pushed through and got a better job than a lot of these people that she was working with in the first place, which is, in some ways that's cool that she got pushed out of that job. Like it was so what's the word? So demoralizing. I mean, it was demoralizing for everyone. It's a tough job, especially to start out in. But I would say, it would argue that even to stay in it, it's a little bit demoralizing. It's not that easy to stay in the engineering game. But she actually found something that was a lot more healthy. I would argue that she found something that's a lot more healthy for anyone, not just for her. I think that honestly, the engineering world, the audio engineering world with music specifically, is very unhealthy, man. So unhealthy. Like, I mean, like the major label work. Like, if you're working for major labels at recording, if you're like employed by a recording studio, or that's a problem, because like recording studios don't want to employ you because then they have to pay more taxes, right? A lot of these recording studios try to do the gig work thing with you, even if they give you regular work. It's kind of a loophole. They get sued for it every now and then, right? But they still want to lose that loophole because the taxes are really bad. If their company is deemed as a certain company that has a certain amount of employees, then they have this totally different game with tax, right? So they want to just minimize that, make everyone like on contract as much as possible. Caitlin's saying exactly. I admire the women who are minorities in their careers 1,000%. That's where I sit with that. I actually get inspired by women so hard. Like I just told you, like Soft Cult, like the 2 girls in that band are some of my biggest inspirations in life in general. It's not just like, oh my God, I love them so much. I'm biggest fans. It's not like that. Like, yes, I am one of those. Yes, I am one of those. But like also, no, honestly, it's just how they run their business. It's how they've figured out their path. It's how they're trying to like be good at their job in this area, that area, and that area, and cover all bases. It's how they managed to combine different elements of their skills together in a way that works with the music industry in some way. Stuff like that, right? There's a whole lot of things that I just like. I think that's one of the ways to fight it, is to I don't know if fighting's the right word, but to deal with this, is that like there are, despite all the bullshit, there's actually women that have a chance to be even more inspirational because of the bullshit. And if they manage to push through the bullshit, it's actually 100 times more impressive than not having to push through the bullshit, right? So when I see women that push through the bullshit, because I know what the bullshit is, what it looks like, what it feels like, I have an idea. I'm not a girl, so like I don't know fully, but I've seen from the outside what it looks like. So when I see people push through that, it's incredibly inspiring. And so I'm like, sharing that with other people is really important. And you don't have to make anything up. That's the beautiful thing. You don't have to make shit up. You just say the truth. You just say what you had observed and just share it with other people because it excites you, you know, and that I think that's helpful. It doesn't solve all the problem. There's no one thing that does that, but like it helps. I think it helps. And then Caitlin's saying, but I knew I was already going through a lot emotionally, so I kind of made that choice for myself. That's a smart choice, man. Like, I think I've been in that situation myself where you may really want to pursue something, but there's a roadblock that is going to cause you way more damage than continuing for the thing that you want to pursue. I've been down a path where, like, I had to shut off something that I did actually want to pursue, but because the net damage would be so bad, it's a very wise choice to actually just take a step back and maybe tackle it in a different angle or a different time. You know what I mean? Yeah. Okay. What's the time? We've got 7 minutes left, guys. I want to keep writing this. This is the post-chorus. I think this is a verse. I think we're going to keep both of these. It's pretty cool. Yeah, we'll put just an extra little note in here. Little note. I don't know where this goes exactly. It's got to go right there, smack there, and then we're going to make it a little bit louder so we can hear it. We want to put a little break in there, so I'm going to play with the sustain pedal a little bit here. I'm going to play with the sustain pedal right there, just going to do a little pedal up and down. So we're going to call this verse. This is pretty cool. So if we copy paste this, we've got like another 5 minutes to work on this till we take a little break, even though we've been taking breaks. Now I'm going to put the... wait, hold on. Let me clean up this region. I'm going to put the verse 2, and see if this works. All right, let's see if this works right before the pre-chorus. All right, and that way we have a verse 1. See how we've been doing this? Like, basically how we started was I had a shitty intro idea, didn't work, threw that out. Worked towards another sort of chorus idea. It sounded like more like a hook, but it was really slow, and that was okay. And then I found another hook, and that was maybe a little bit better. And then I found this hook, and I really like this one. This was like, oh yeah, this is pretty good, right? And so I stuck with that chorus, and then I sort of fanned out from there. And I find that to be a useful way to work. So start from the chorus, and then work your way out from the chorus. So fill out the before chorus part, the after chorus part, and then go from there. Of course, chronologically, writing something chronologically is also possible. I've done that before, and that can also work pretty well. But yeah, let's listen to the whole thing from the beginning here. So we can have verse 1 without the drums, something different. cool, man. I like this. This is cool. I like where this is going musically. Okay, cool. Yeah, so we have like a verse, a pre-chorus, a chorus, and a verse. So technically speaking, what we could do is we can just copy paste the pre-chorus past this verse. Now this is a slightly boring structure, right? This is not very interesting or inspiring. So we can start here and we can modify it, right, if we need to. But also we're trying to write a song fast. So I'm allowing for a little bit of this sort of, oh shit, these rulers, man. I'm gonna get rid of that little thing here. Okay, cool. So I'm allowing to be a little bit loose with the masterpiece thing, with the quality thing. This is something that is highlighting the difference between just like an okay song and a really exceptional song. Is that exceptional songs, oftentimes they have like more in the moment weird decisions, I find. It's not cookie cutter, you know, like there's in the moment weird decisions that the musician will make while writing the song that makes it a little bit more janky. You know what I mean? It's a little bit more like lopsided or not symmetrical, if that makes sense. Because if something is too symmetrical, it's a little bit too boring, right, for the human brain. Of course, there's exceptions to every rule, and you can make a completely symmetrical song, and it's absolutely mind-blowing. But there's a balance, right? There's a balance between something that's very predictable and something that's unpredictable. There's a balance between, if you think about lyrics, now we talked about like, we were talking about Taylor Swift's lyrics the other day, right? Like this is a few weeks ago. I think a few of us were here at that time. And Taylor Swift has a real mastery over balancing specificity and analogy and you know, like an abstract thoughts and abstract communication. So she's able to sort of play with those things very, very masterfully. Like she'll play with a very specific thing that happened to her. That means the 25 minutes is up, guys. So we're gonna have a little break. So the specificity of what has happened to her and what is like everyone knows has happened to her in the public eye, and balancing that with some sort of abstract concepts, some abstract wording and stuff like that, so that you can still have a bridge to other people. You know, for instance, like just say she could have gone through something very specific in the public eye, but if she applies an analogy to that and a generality and an abstract wording to that, then everyone who has not gone through that specific thing that she's done, but can 1000% relate to being dumped or being oppressed or feeling small or doubting yourself or needing to party or wanting to love yourself or struggling to love yourself. Like there's so many things that are now very broad that you can inject into any of these very specific things that happen to you. And what I'm hearing from, like, what I'm learning with, like, the artist that the Mercedes from Softcore I'm learning from, is that, like, she has this concept that's very interesting to me, which is that it's really important to focus on your personal truth if you're writing lyrics, right? Even music, right? Even when you're writing music, to not think too much about what's going to make other people happy. Now, obviously, this is different depending on like what scale like of audience you have. Like if you want to have the mass audience, then sometimes it's going to skew more towards curating that music to make sure that it's going to appeal to a large group of people, right? There's certain rules that you can follow to actually appeal to more people. Like that's how it works with like major label music and stuff like that. A lot of it, not all of it, but like she has this concept of like being ultra true to yourself and finding that genuinity as close as you can to yourself, to the point where you're resonating with your own music as much as possible. That was a really unique concept for me, because what it means is like, and by the way, Caitlin, that's a really nice image. It's very relaxing. Makes me feel like I'm watching clouds go by. That's a cool imagery, man. That's so cool, man. I like that. Thank you for that. I appreciate that. That could help the song. Yeah, that's really cool. So, yeah, so like the concept is like, just to explain it in a different way, guys. So like you can kind of more easily understand it. Like, you know how you listen to a song, right? And it just really resonates with you. Like the content of the lyrics, the music, everything just really, you just really resonate with it. You're like, I totally get what this song is about. Like, I totally get the feeling that this singer is like putting out there. I totally get it. The concept is to kind of find that with your own music while you're writing it. Does that make sense? So like that same feeling that you get when you listen to music that you resonate with, you get it while you're writing the song. Well, that's kind of the goal, is to find that feeling of really resonating with your own story. I always thought that might be a bit of a trap, because you could get into a bubble and sort of alienate other people who wanted to experience your song and share that with you. But I actually think she's onto something really special with that. Like, just if you are truly genuine with yourself while you're songwriting, you can write something that is it's actually much more relatable, because you're going to be more raw. And guaranteed, like if you're experiencing something, I think we've all realized this, if you've been alive long enough, like you sort of realize this after a while. If you're experiencing something emotionally, there's a really high chance that a lot of other people are experiencing it as well. Now, it may not be, all the specifics may be a little bit different, but there is enough of your emotional experience that is very similar to a lot of other people on the planet. And so in that sense, you don't really have to worry. If you're just being genuine with yourself, guaranteed, people are going to resonate. And they'll resonate harder if you're more raw. Maybe raw is not necessarily always the thing, but, you know, you get what I'm saying, like more honest and you know, all that kind of thing. More honest and open with yourself. Yeah. Tasty. Okay. So I have a muffin. And a whole bunch of, can you see what it is next to the muffin? Subcorpse is saying, I like the word real in this situation. Like being real. I also like that. Caitlin's saying there's pop singers who are very good at following the algorithm without seeming like they're following an algorithm. I think that some people are naturally in tune with the algorithm, and so it's a little bit less effort to do it. Like some people just are born a little bit more in tune with the algorithm. At least that's what I perceive in one of the artists that I've been around and stuff like that. It could be also that they're not born with it and they're just like hyper focused on it and they became very in tune with it just because they're hyper focused on it from a very young age. That's also another possibility. It also, there's one thing that is true. A lot of people don't like to talk about it, but if you have parents that are musical, in the music industry specifically, it can can really, really fucking help, because they'll just embed certain things in you when you're young, and that's something that can really help you later on. If you've had that shit embedded in you from young, it really can help. I had the benefit of having like classical, like I had like piano lessons, right, since I was like 4. That's a benefit. That's not the only thing. Like my parents were not musical at all, right? So I didn't have any understanding of the music industry, right, at all. That's the other thing. The understanding of the industry and the connections, that's huge. If you have parents, there's nepotism and shit like that, right? But like, but on top of that, it's not just nepotism. It's also like just the understanding of the industry. That's huge, man. Parents imparting that. So yeah, it's interesting that it seems like there are artists that just sort of, they effortlessly follow the algorithm. Jaded is saying, a muffin with ketchup. Caitlin is saying, ooh, muffin. And then Caitlin is saying, that's what I thought. You thought that, but you just didn't want to say it because it's so fucked up, man. It's so fucked up. Like, who the fuck would put this much ketchup next to a tasty muffin, man? Like, this is gluten-free. This is that gluten-free muffin I used to get from Trader Joe's. It's just really good. I don't even have like dietary restrictions, but I still eat it because it's really tasty. Anyway, the ketchup is actually not meant for the muffin. It was meant for the fries, but I ended up just enjoying the fries so much that I was just like, I don't need it. I actually didn't need it, man. It's crazy. Wait, what's a blow pop? What is a blow pop, man? I keep learning new shit every single day in this country. I seriously still learn it, man. It's so crazy. Like, I'm just gonna look it up, man. I have to look up what blow pops are. Oh my god. Oh my god, we've never used that. Wait, what is that, like a Chupa Chup? Is that what a Chupa Chup is? Is that an American thing? Yeah, I don't know if I've ever seen a blow pop before, like that brand. Yeah, it's Tootsie Roll industry, so that's Tootsie Roll is like very American. Like, we don't have any of that shit in Australia. Tootsie Roll. So can you guys explain? Can you please explain to me, man? Like, help this guy out, man. Help me out. Help me understand what a blow pop is. Is it a lollipop? A what now? You actually spelt it pretty right, actually. I think it's just a U instead of an O. I think. Yeah. How can you talk about AKA lollipop? Yes. This is Chupa Chups. I'm assuming this is the same. Wait, hold on. That's different, man. That's different. The bubblegum core is completely not a thing in Australia. No, I don't think you can even get that. What the fuck? Blow because you can blow a bubble? That's crazy. That's actually a cool idea. I mean, to be honest, it's cool. I would prefer, to be honest, I would just prefer a lollipop because I think it's too complicated for my dumb brain. It's too complicated for me, man. I just want a lolly, you know. Wow, it's actually bubblegum inside, so that's different. That's not the same because Chupa Chups are just like all the way through, it's just hard candy. It's just like that the whole way till the end. So I actually did learn something new today. I never heard of Chupa Chups. I never heard of blow pops before, man. That's the first time I ever heard of that. I don't know why that even came up. Oh, you thought that's because of the packaging? You probably thought it was one of those. A Tootsie Roll pop is a lollipop with a Tootsie Roll. Oh my god! I didn't even know that was real. I didn't even know about that. Like, oh my god! You've actually heard of Chupa Chups? What did I face? That makes me very happy, man. Like that you got some sort of like European education through the Mighty Boosh. I miss the Boosh. You know, I think we should put the Mighty Boosh on the list because I've got like they might not be the best quality, but I have like saved the Boosh. I think I have all the episodes on a hard drive. So that could be something we do as the watch party. That could be something we do. I think that would be pretty fun. Hopefully. Not everyone's going to get the comedy, because it's pretty weird, but if we have enough people... Like, I know that Caitlin, I know that you'll be into it. I think Lilo might be into it. Do we know if Lilo's into the Boosh? Like, I don't know if she's actually into it. I know that we shared those cards that you made were incredible, man. Like, that was you, Caitlin. That shit was incredible, man. I was actually literally I was seriously blown away by that shit. I was very, very blown away. And also it just made me very happy. Oh, Jaded's got a YouTube. Oh, my dog is coming around. Dog is coming around. She has a pet named What the fuck? Are you serious? Oh my god. I can't believe I forgot that, man. She has a pet named Bolo. Bolo's a character from the Boosh, for those who don't know. Okay, let's watch this video that Jada posted. One good thing about this this external like chat window thing, that's this blue one, is that if Jaded posts a link, because it's usually Jaded, I can actually click it and it opens in my browser. Whereas if I don't do that, if I do it with OBS's chat, it doesn't go in the browser.
Mr. Cow.
Yes?
How many licks does it take to get to the Tootsie Roll center of a Tootsie Pop?
I don't know. I always end up biting. Ask Mr. Fox, for he's much cleverer than I.
Mr. Fox, how many licks does it take to get to the Tootsie Roll center of a Tootsie Pop?
Why don't you ask Mr. Turtle, for he's been around a lot longer than I. Me, I bite.
Mr. Turtle, how many licks does it take to get to the Tootsie Roll center of a Tootsie Pop?
I never made it without biting. Ask Mr. Owl, for he is the wisest of us all.
This is
Mr.
bad.
Owl, how many licks does it take to get to the Tootsie Roll center of a Tootsie Pop?
A good question. Let's find out. 1, 2, 3, 3.
If there's anything I can't stand, it's a smart owl.
How many licks does it take to get to the Tootsie Roll center of a Tootsie Pop?
Wow.
The world may never know.
That's a very interesting ad. It actually had me enthralled. Chupa Chups ad. Oh my god! Wait. Oh my god! Chupa Chups India. They did gum filled lollipop. So they actually did it. Now I'm going to go Chupa Chups ad 90s because we don't want any modern ads here. We don't want any modern ads. Let's try this. These look like really interesting ads. Let's just start with this one. 1, 2, 3. That's pretty funny. That is a Chupa Chups ad. Wow. Chupa Chups TV ad gold version. This looks Australian to me. It's supposed to be sexy.
อมยิ้มจูปะจุ๊บอร่อยจนใครก็อยากจุ๊บ
I was very surprised that that was a Asian ad. What? No one... What? I guess I can't see the people in the back. But there's all these white people in the front. I was like, what? Did you get freaked out by that, Kaylin? Like that it was like... I was like, yeah, this is an Australian ad, right? Okay. Can I... Oh my god, this 0.0 is really bugging me. Let's see, Chupa Chups commercial party, and then we'll... Holy shit. That's literally for drugs. This is advertising for drugs. And a little bit of comedy. Okay. But that's like literally advertising for drugs because that was what you would chew on if you were like on drugs to stop you from chewing your fucking tongue off. That's so funny, man. That's It's actually hilarious and also kind of messed up. Excuse me, Bettina. I need to get my... Excuse me. My dog is in the way. I can't... Excuse me, Betty. Because the thing is, the reason why... I know, old commercials are wild, man. But then again, new commercials are also wild. If you actually look at them, they're actually fucked up as well. Yeah, so Betty, like, the reason why she came over is because, like, I've been eating this muffin and there's a few little crumbs that may have fallen on the ground. So she's, like, really interested in those crumbs, you know what I mean? She really wants those crumbs. So... Betty loves crumbs. Caitlin's saying, I was more freaked out about the child with a puppet for a body. Bettina. Caitlin says hi. Caitlin says, hello, Miss Bettina. She turned around. I'll give you a little bit of Betty Cam. Just 1 second. Enjoying the crumbs? You can see that she's pretty happy with the crumb situation. Pretty happy indeed. All right, we're back. Thanks for all those emotes. Betty appreciates it. I'm glad I got this muffin up here. All right, we're pretty close to done, guys. We have 2 verses, 2 choruses, 2 pre-choruses. Now we're like probably thinking in bigger picture now, like how to move the big pieces. Let's listen from start to finish. Now this is the first time we can listen through 2 verses with their pre-chorus and chorus. Change it to a snare on the second chorus. Simple change. Alright, so we need something in between there. We need a post-chorus. I don't think I've seen that, Kayla. Time to add bass, guys. What's that called? I love the Juno, man. I can go on about it all day. So what's going on with the bass then? Okay. Let's try it. Let's just fix that a little bit. I think that might work. Is the Juno 60 VST? No, you can buy it. It started out as subscription only, but they've moved to a purchase thing. You can buy it. Also, right now, I think they have these deals every now and then where if you do a year of Roland Cloud, they give you 2 free instruments to keep perpetually forever. Well, forever, as long as Roland Cloud exists, right? That's not a bad deal, but then you're gonna feel a little bit fucked up when you end Roland Cloud, right? So like you can just buy it outright. If you really want just one synth, you can buy it out. It's gonna cost you like $150 or some shit like that, but it does give you the option at least to own them. For me, like I need too many of the Roland instruments, man. Like I need like probably like 10 or 12 of them. So even more actually, because if you include like Zencore, which is a whole fucking thing with all the expansions, it's quite a lot that I need. I use them a lot in projects. So for me, it's worth it. But like if you just want the Roland, like the Juno 60, which if I was to choose one of these instruments to buy, that would be the one. There's not even a question. It would be that one. Yeah, it would be the Juno 60. So we agree on that. But yeah, there's a lot of really good instruments that they made, man. Like there's really, really good ones. If I just look through the like, the list that I have, like not just all the instruments, like this is the short list, I guess, of all the instruments that I actually would use from them. Actually, that doesn't include Yeah, that doesn't include the XV, although the JV is there. The XV should be there. And it doesn't include Zen Core, which is probably... There's the XV. It's under Romplers. Yeah, I get that. Okay. But there's also Zen Core, which I don't know what... Or Zenology. I don't know what category that comes under. But that's kind of like... I guess you could call it like the... It's not exactly like, I was going to say like Analog Labs, you know, the Arturia Analog Labs. It's somewhat like that in that like it has, so you can see like it has all the models down the bottom here. Jupiter 8 and a bunch of the instruments, not all of them, but it has a bunch of the instruments. All in one sort of instrument, right? Use that a ton, that's cool, yeah. What the hope is with Roland Cloud is that, I mean, this is what they said, like, I was at like a Zoom conference with like just some people from Roland Cloud and a bunch of users, and they were saying that one of the things that they dream of doing, who knows if they're actually going to do it, is to do something. They didn't mention Analog Labs, but that's exactly what they were talking about. Like they're trying to do something like that, where it's like all of the Roland like separate instruments are all sort of pooled into one VST of presets. So you can, instead of having to load each individual synth, you can just look for bass patches on all the Roland synths. And see, that would be incredible, because that's when you're starting to take advantage of the fact that it's software, because you cannot do that in hardware. That's a very impossible thing to do, where you have one preset pool that will instantly load any of the Roland instruments, right? Yeah, that would be cool. Like that would make Roland Cloud a lot more worth it to people, because I think right now it's worth it for me because I'm a diehard fan, man. But like most people are not diehard fans. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm a minority. I'm a weirdo, right? I'm not the norm. So like Roland Cloud does not appeal to the norm. It doesn't appeal to the mainstream. Like maybe one or two of the synths, like the Juno 60, for instance, is going to catch people's attention. Although the 303 is an extremely good emulation of the 303. It's the best one I've ever heard. So like maybe you just want to get one of those, and then that's fine. But in terms of Roland Cloud, I feel like if they get that shit together, if they manage to make that shit happen, then finally it will be a little bit more reason for someone in the mainstream to tackle that and to get this project, this instrument, the Roland Cloud, right? The whole subscription thing. Because then you have a very simple sell of like, well, if you buy Roland Cloud, you have access to, 10 or 20,000 patches that instantly load the appropriate synth without you having to think about it. Now that's a good sell, right? As it stands right now, you have to be one of those people that sort of wants to take the time to learn each individual instrument and what role it plays, where it fits best, and then you can start using them properly. You know what I'm saying? Like that takes a lot of effort and investment after you pay for it. I'm willing to do it because I'm a fanboy, but like I said, that's just like a weird thing. That's not a normal thing. That's not like a mainstream thing. But yeah, I think that would be really cool just to get more people on it, because the more people that are on Roland Cloud, the better it is for everyone, because then they're going to have more money to keep pumping into Roland Cloud, which would be great because it's a great, they make great instruments. I think the only 80 synthesizer emulation I have is the Korg Poly 6. The Korg makes some pretty decent. That's crazy though, because you do 80 shit, man. Like that's crazy that you only have that one. That Poly 6 is pretty nice. Like Korg makes some pretty good stuff. But there's other stuff that Korg makes. I'm trying to think of what would be 80s. Like a lot of it is 90s though. Obviously the MS-20 is an older one, but like I think that a lot of the good Korg stuff is like 90s. Like the Triton is 90s. That's incredible. The Wave Station and the M1, that's all like 90s stuff, right? I think Roland has it down pat with the 80s stuff. Micro Korg hardware, it's nice, man. Nice. That's cool. It's fun to have hardware, man. I miss it. Let me play on this thing again. I'm going to try like maybe just record audio. This is a bit crazy for me, but I want to try it. Let's record audio out of this. Okay, so the cool thing about this is, guys, you know what's cool about this? I might have a mini problem here I can see with the comps being separated, which is kind of annoying. But, yeah. But audio comping, if I started this at the start of the bar, it seems there's a problem with starting it in the middle of the bar, right? But it was just a matter of pressing record. I didn't have to give a shit about anything, really, right? So let's just try and find... Now, how the fuck does this work, actually? Like, how the fuck does it work? Oh, you have to go into clip mode? Wow, okay. That's interesting. Okay, so, now, Wikipedia, please remind me, are you also a, you're a Bitwig user, right? From memory. So I think I just wanted to make sure that I got the right take, which is take 5 there. I think it's just take 5. Yeah, it's actually not that bad. You just have to find the same one. Bitwig, yeah, nice. So Wikipedia, are you with me? Are you with me, man? Do you also think that we should get some MIDI comping? Do you think we should get some MIDI comping? Does this mean anything to you? Because it means a lot to me. I really think we should. Let's see what happens when I consolidate. So the thing is, if I consolidate it, I seem to lose everything. Right? That's a bit of a problem. It kind of sucks, actually, to be very honest with you. It kind of sucks. So I'm just going to go back to audio events. You know what? I mean, if I consolidate this in this state, it should be fine. Yeah, that looks like it's fine. So I think we're good. I think you have to drag it off take 5 into another track. Yeah. I mean, fortunately, it's not that complicated here. And, you know, actually, even if it was complicated, I think I could still kind of get away with something like this. I'd be a bit worried about the crossfade there. because when you are working with takes, I believe Bitwig implements a invisible crossfade. But you can just implement that yourself. Once you consolidate, you can just put a little crossfade in there. It's not really that. Although I don't know if there'd be an overlap. That's but I'm not dealing with that right now because I think we're fine. Except I saw a little gap there. Did you see that? I don't want a gap. Yeah, it looks like it's just a glitch. So let's just listen to it right there. Yeah, there's no glitches. We're good. I think my buffer might be, it's 256, you know. See that little gap there? This little gap. I think that's a graphical glitch. But my engineering brain is triggered by that because that's what you look for as an engineer. You look for the little problems. And my engineering brain is like, I have to fix this. But I can't. It's just a fucking... yeah. Yeah, you saw that right, Wikipedia. Oh, man. It's funny. So guys, yeah, I think this is it's just fun, man. Like I'm so glad I set this thing up again. Like it's just immediate, you know, like the instrument's on and just like it has a patch, and if I want to change it, I can just move my hands and change the patch, you know what I'm saying? It's kind of crazy, man. It's kind of crazy. So I'm just going to call this NL pad, a little tribute. And let's see how it fits with the rest of the song when it comes in. It sucks, but I think I might have to move to a higher sample. This actually really sucks for songwriting. When I move from 256 to 512, it's not as good, man. Like it's really bad for me. Because like even 256 is a sacrifice for me. Like in terms of like the immediate feel, because I'm a keyboardist. Like I get a lot of benefit from having like immediate control of what I'm playing, right? And it's just not. It doesn't work out. No matter how hard you try, it doesn't work out. So for instance, if you think, okay, just learn to compensate, that's not going to work. Because if you learn to compensate and you record that MIDI, I know this is hard to, like, it's hard to actually understand this in the brain with words. If you compensate, for instance, if I play early so that it sounds like it's on time, right? Because there's a buffer delay, so you play a little early. That's how you solve that problem sonically. If I do that, it's going to record the MIDI earlier than it should be. So when I play it back, it's going to actually play all early by a certain random amount. That's not easy to quantify and fix. You can go in there and fix it, and I've done it many, many times, but it's not super easy to fix, and it's just not a good workflow because you're constantly fixing random shit, and it's not always going to be perfect. So there's actually zero way to solve this except for using a piece of hardware like that where there's no latency, right? It's just the latency of the hardware, which is nearly nothing. Or sticking with a lower buffer and using instruments that don't push that limit. So for instance, the Juno 60 is definitely part of the problem. The Juno 60 uses a lot of CPU. So unfortunately, the problem with this is the Juno 60 is a really good songwriting tool because it's a very simple synth. So it's really good to work with while you're songwriting. You see, I edited that synth patch in about probably 10 to 20 seconds. I just edited it so quickly, and it fit with the song now. Before it didn't fit, and then it did. It's just a matter of 10, 20 seconds. If I pulled up something like Vital, that would be like 20, 30 minutes. Not 20, it wouldn't be 10, 20 seconds, it would be 20, 30 minutes. And I'm not exaggerating. Like it would be 20, 30 minutes for sure. So like, yeah, it's just one of those things that like I'm trying to figure out what the best way to do it is. Like the one, if I had money, right? let's just fantasize for a little bit, okay? If I had some money, right? You could get the System 8. That's currently the only hardware that actually loads these exact instruments inside the hardware, right? So it's exactly the same sound engine as the Juno 60, and all this shit, they all play inside of the System 8. And then that means you take the CPU load off, you don't have to increase the buffer, but on top of that, the hardware is going to be like more immediate than this will ever be. It's more immediate than even like 64 samples on the DAW, which is very impractical. You probably won't be able to play this thing on 64 samples, to be honest. So there is an advantage to having the System 8, and I wish it wasn't so old, and I wish they sort of updated it. But it is a pretty, at these moments, like, I think that the System 8 would be pretty fucking cool, you know. One of the problems with that is that the System 8 is just one instance, you know. So if I use the System 8, I could use one Juno 60 in real time, right, with MIDI, real time. On the other hand, if I use the System 8, I might be more inclined to do a audio workflow where I'm recording things directly to audio, or I'm recording it to MIDI, doing a minor tweak, and then bouncing that to audio very quickly. So, you know, there's a few, I'm definitely like, I would like to do it, you know, it's like 50-50, but I need money. That's the other thing. Give it a 10 milliseconds reverb and bounce it to a new track. Nice clean moving pad for it, yeah. Yeah, so let me just play this again, see if we got any more crackles. I like the idea of giving it like a reverb and then bouncing it. That's really cool. I was actually thinking of chorus. Let me just try the Juno 60 chorus. It's kind of a weird thing to do, but I think I would like to compress this a little bit. I want to see what Ott does to it, out of curiosity. Nice. Classic. Thanks for joining us, Wikipedia. Appreciate it. Gotta fix that bass note, that's not right, but yeah. Following Otis Live, I appreciate that. Nice to see you. How did you like it, man? Let's go into the template that we have for band. I always like to have templates like this where I can easily pull a bunch of options from basic instruments like guitar. Like if I want guitars, I just pull in this guitars folder and it's going to load like 3 solid guitars with all the shit set up like how I like it. And you know, that's really good for songwriting. Like if you're writing songs, you want shit like this. So, you know, all I have to do is really just drag that in from there, and then I've instantly got, like... Thanks for the kind word, Otis. And yes, Jaded is correct. This is Bitwig. This is, it's my favorite DAW. I've been using it since version 1 about like 6 years ago when it started out. It's starting to get popular now, a little bit more popular. Yeah, the UI is really nice. Like, I do like it for the most part. The one I'm going to criticize it right now. I don't like the mixer, man. I think the mixer looks like shit. But that, you know, especially full screen, like it's just really weird looking. But I have different preferences to other people. I have a lot of points on this that like I think are pretty solid. Like that could make it a little bit better. But it's just the way that they do it. It's just a very different philosophy to how I think of it in my head. But everything else, like, that's the only thing that I really have a bit of I don't really use this screen very much, literally for that reason. So I'm like mostly actually mixing from here. It's weird. Like in here, I'm mostly mixing from this screen, or from this, you know, the information panel, like on the left, right. So you got all the mixing details here. But I actually rarely mix from here in Bitwig, which I don't know what to think of that. It's you know, like when I do like actual mixing jobs, I really benefit for a lot from seeing the whole mix in front of me. But because I don't like this so much, like I don't really use that much. Anyway, so let's play. I'm going to turn this. I have this strumming system that I built in Bitwig, and this is another cool thing that's really cool about Bitwig Otis, is that you can set up like crazy shit like this. Like, I just literally made this out of simple little bits and pieces of modulators. Like this is the ADSR thing, the expressions thing, and the time, the strum. This strum module. I think it's actually called strum. Yeah. But like I modified it so that it responds to how hard I press the key. So if I press it softly, I get more of this. If I press it loudly, it all plays together. See that? So like, and I've got like, there's a bit of a curve there. It's like really tailored. And if I slow it down, let's just do that. Right, you can slow it right down like that if you want to. So if you don't know what's happening, it's just breaking up the chord for me in a sort of a nice way. For the guitar sound, this is actually from Komplete. I found that Komplete does have some pretty decent sounds, but you do have to... I will give you the caveat, you have to get the expensive Kompletes. You can't get this from the cheap one, unfortunately. Like, it doesn't give you access to all the notes unless you pay money for the more expensive one, literally. It's kind of annoying. Because if you don't do this, all you get is loops, right? Which is still useful. Like, to be honest, those loops have been useful for me in the past. Like, it gives you control over the notes, like, really well. So you can still change the notes of those loops very smoothly. It's actually really cool because it's recorded, like, rhythm guitar or whatever. But, like, in terms of just being able to play it like this, like, you kind of have to pay for the more expensive one. And there also is like some OTT on this and a bit of mixing stuff that helps it sound a bit more real as well, right? Out of the box, it's not quite as good as this sounding, but I've got a bit of MOTT here working. That's helping a lot. If I turn this off, you can hear it sounds quite a bit different. You hear that? Doesn't sound quite as good, does it? So you can really, like, with these modulators in Bitwig, it's really easy for me to perform live with this guitar, and I don't have to do this weird MIDI editing to make it sound real. Like, it's actually just gonna do it. Like, it's very immediate. And if you know me, like, I love anything that lets me songwrite faster. I've been on this journey, especially in the last year, like, just trying to, like, build tools and systems that make songwriting faster so that I can just pick up shit, start going, just go for it, and start make music and stop fucking spending time finding instruments, tuning instruments, all the sound design stuff. I enjoy doing some sound design, but when I write music, I don't want to do any of that shit. Like I don't want, well, not any of it, but like I want to have a very fast path to recording stuff. I really do love that. Anyway, so let's see if there's anywhere this fits. There might be a spot for it in the pre and the chorus. So in this case, I'm turning off the strum because I'm not doing strumming. The strumming is not working for this song. Thank you for that, Odious Love from the Kind Words. I really wish I would go with that. Record that one more time. So we can do a transition better, but like, let's see how that went. going to just fix the pedaling there, and then we should be pretty set. I think with this version, I think we should be good. So, Otis, I don't have any particular project in mind, to be honest, but my goal tonight was just to start and finish a song on the stream. And I think we're just about there. Like, it's pretty cool. Like, I don't really usually do this because it usually takes like a lot longer, but I just push myself to just build out the whole song. So we have 2 verses, 2 choruses. We don't have an intro and outro. That's the one thing that I don't know if we'll even do that on the stream. I'm not going to worry too much about that. But I'm pretty happy that we have got the meat and potatoes of the song. Like, it's all done. We probably need like a post-chorus. That's the one part that I would probably care about that, because the chorus, it doesn't really transition into verse very well. Here, that's like very sudden, right? So that would be the only thing that I probably would try to do. But it could turn into something. I mean, it's just not my priority. My priority is to just sort of, it's sort of like a practice to like get used to writing and finishing a song. Yeah, to be honest, Caitlin, I'm thinking the same thing, man. I think exactly the same thing as you, man. Especially since we got quite a vibe here, right? Like, and you know, especially since we're really like, we're diving more into the 80s over there, so it's totally allowable to do an 80s thing and fade out, man. I agree with you. So, yeah, let me just fix the pedaling in this section, because we want that to have a little bounce. So we're going to take off. You hear that? Like, it's just more bounce now. So we're going to just clean that up. Oh man, Caitlin, you're full of good quotes. Can you please quote this? How do you do that? Can you please quote what you just said? It's a very good quote. I need this for me. In the future, at some point, you're going to do the random quote thing, and I want to need that. I'm not sure we need those last notes. Can you actually, Caitlin, like for real, can you quote this? Can you quote that on this, like with the bot? I don't know how to actually do it. I forgot how to do it. Quote, when in doubt, fade out. We should be quoting a lot more. Actually, we should be quoting a lot more. There's been some really good quotes on this stream. The other quote that you did of like from that other guy, that should be also quoted. I really appreciate that, Caitlin. Like the other, if you can still remember that one, that's also quote worthy. Please do that. Hell yes. Jaded, you've done well. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. You've even got like the timestamp. Nice. Okay. I don't know what's going wrong here. Okay, we're just going to clean this last bit up because this is where we have a bit of a problem. We have a bit of a problem because the... I really wish in single screen mode, for some reason, you're not allowed to see the automation here. That is so stupid, man. Fortunately, I have two screens. Wait, hold on. You can, but see, this is the thing. Like, you can get access to it, but this is useless to me. I need to be able to see. Oh no, actually, this is not the. This is. Oh no, yeah. This is not the worst, but it's not great. It's still. At least you can see the notes, but I just want it to be. Let's see about this. Yeah, I just wanted to be in the normal mode, man. Like, I wanted to be in the note mode. I want to be able to see the automation down here. But the only way I can do it is if I click on automation mode and do it like this. It's not the worst because I can see the notes, but I have my doubts about this working all the time because this doesn't allow me to move to see different notes, you know what I mean? Okay, so we're going to move this back. Yeah, it's not a bad idea. I wonder if we should do that. It's kind of fun to like know how long ago something happened, right? Like, okay, A and E, that's not bad for shortcut keys. It's not bad, actually. I just learned that. You learn something every day, man. So the other thing I wanted to try is maybe have like muted guitar here. No, that doesn't sound good. Then the other thing that I want to do is just turn down the volume because it's too loud. Up this. We're going to do this new thing that we're learning today, pressing the A key. Okay, we're going to be good boys and girls, and we're going to use the shortcuts that we've learnt. It's the same problem that we had later on. We're just going to cut this there. Let's go back to notes by pressing E. Now this is another, like I wish like, you see how it just like zoomed out? It's just so frustrating. It's not consistent with like all the different screens. So like you get very disoriented when you're moving between them. Oh, also could we, now I have a request. Can we get the other quote? Saving the date format, nice. Can we please, if we can, I don't know if we can find it, or if Caitlin, can you remember what the quote was? It was the quote about music, right? It was that quote that it was like peace and discomfort, something like that. It was the peace and discomfort quote. If you can find that and put it, like, say it again and then quote it, I don't know. That would be cool. That would be cool. We're going to build up this quote thing, because the beauty of the quote thing, like, did the USDA approved? Is this? It's yeah. I like that format. It's like big, small. Yeah. But yeah, if we can get that quote, that'd be awesome. Because the quote bot becomes amazing and fun and awesome and nostalgic when we have like a shitload of quotes, and when we call it up, it's always going to surprise us. That's when it starts to get magical. So we gotta make this bot magical by just loading up with great quotes. We have great quotes every single week. We have great quotes, so we have to be able to just like load it up. The only reason I had it is it's not my quote. Art Compass. Yeah, that one. Yeah, yes. And that's fine. Like, it doesn't matter if it's your quote or not. It's just like, I'm not sure exactly how you want to put it in, but like just put it in, man. I don't care. you don't have to worry like you're plagiarizing someone's quote or like someone's gonna judge you for it. I mean, I won't judge you, and if anyone wants to judge you for that, then they could just go home. Cody is the exception. Cody will judge you always. He's the ultimate judge in planet Earth. But there's nothing we can do about that. That's just Cody. Welcome to stream, by the way, Cody. The ultimate judge. So mean. Art should comfort the disturbed and disturb the comfortable. I think that's awesome, man. I fucking love that quote, man. Forgot the It's all good, man. Whatever we remember it. It's no biggie. Like the thing is, the funny thing is, like, if we, even without the dates, right, it's gonna be funny. Like I've dealt with bots before, like quote bots before. Okay, like when they get really bloated with a shitload of quotes, even without the dates, because I'm not even sure that we really want the dates in every single quote, because we might forget it. You're getting consistent. Who knows, man. The thing is, it's kind of fun to try and figure out when. It's like Geo. What the fuck is that game called? GeoCities. Like, it's not GeoCities. GeoGuessr. Like, trying to figure out, like, and remember, like, when that happened is actually part of the fun. So, like, it's actually really cool to, like, not have a date sometimes. Again, we're going to get rid of... I don't think we need most of the sustain pedal. I think I got myself in a bit of a... No, we do actually need it. Yeah, it's like bridging the notes together. Okay. So we'll just do a little bit there. Yeah, I think cleaning this up is just going to add a little bit of realism to it, like if I fine-tune this. Shit. We're going to do another pedal break here. I'm sure there might be a better way to do this, to be honest. Yes, GeoGuessr. Thank you, Caitlin. Appreciate that. Yeah, Caitlin, thank you so much for putting together the quote thing, man. And you're right, it is perfect for us. The quote thing is one of my favorite things that you set up, because like it will be like we have kind of forgotten about it, but if we continue to use it, it's gonna get better and better. It just makes the stream better and better every time we use it. Cody, thank you for the well wishes, man. I appreciate that. I hope you're having a great time too. How is your night going, actually? I will ask you directly. How is your night going? Just chilling and hanging out. That's a good vibe, man. I like that. Okay, let's listen to the whole thing and see how it goes. I think that's supposed to be staccato, so... That's not right. Okay, that's cool. I'm happy with that. Now, the next thing that I would if I had the energy, I would do like vibrato on these notes, but like I don't have the energy. So I'm going to skip that for now. We're just going to listen to what we have. Wow, that's so soft. Holy shit. Okay, let's see if we can turn it up then. Whoa, disappeared. So it's this guy. That's as high as it goes. Should we tune it up a little bit, maybe? I like it up there just a little bit, 0.5. Bring that crash over here. Whoops, not there. timing felt weird on that. Let's move that back. Because that is better timing for sure. Clean this up a little bit, man. Am I going to be a good boy again and use the A button? I think that has more in it. Like it was sounding like really dead before, so let's try it here. Checking in my bass team, my team bass. This is probably one of my favorite like things to do. I think it's become like a thing that is just me, very me. It's just like combining the sound of Moto Bass and Juno 60. It's very effective. I just like the sound. It's just like this big bass sound. and it has a lot of character. That shit. There's more than I probably would want to add, like arpeggiators and magical shit at the very last loop. I just don't have the energy to do it, and I'm trying to wrap up here. But like, I think we're pretty happy with what we got, man. So this is like almost a 3-minute song, and we put this together in I would say probably like 3 hours. Like there was probably like 3 hours of talking, and then 3 hours of 3 hours of talking and setup and all this shit, and then 3 hours of actual music making. I would say that's like pretty fair to say. So in 3 hours, it's possible to knock out a full song. You know, like this is the full length, and it has some arrangement. It's not just the bare bones. You know, this has some like arrangement shit in it, right? Of course, it's not complete and it's not mixed, but this is the song. You know. The problem with this is like I think the thing that's probably missing the most is the melody. Like the main melody is something that I'm not confident about. I'm not confident in a couple of things. Like first of all, like there's the pre-chorus part which has like the piano melody. This one. Like that's pretty cool. Like that's a cool melody, but then I don't know where the melody is going to go after that or before that. You know what I'm saying? So like that's kind of like a bit of an iffy thing for me. Like I wish I could like I might actually give this to a vocalist and see if what they think, and just ask them like, you know, does this invite you to sing over it, or is there too much stuff going on? You know, because there is a lot of stuff going on right now. And even this part is very like it's suggesting a melody very strongly. You hear that? I think I'm really happy with this. We'll just figure out like how we fade out the outro, and then that'll be it. No, we didn't have time to put the post-chorus. I don't have the energy for that. But between those two sections you just heard, I think there should be a bridge of some kind. So, okay, where do we fade out then? Like, I'm just getting lost in this loop. If we can smooth that out, it might work. So we're going to take it from just before the chorus so we get the feel of how long it is. I think that's probably the right length. That's a really good emote, Caitlin. It's a really good one. That's awesome. It's too long. I think it's a little bit too long. I think it could go a little earlier. What do you guys think? When the third loop came around, I was like, okay, this is a good time to fade, and I was just like waiting for it to fade. And it took a little long, you know? And also it's a little bit cliche because I'm fading out exactly into the end of the bar and or the 8 bar, the section. So that doesn't sound like a natural fade out, if that makes sense, because it's like still essentially ending on the end of the section. A good fade out is just fading out. Like it's not fading out to the end of the song. It's just fading out randomly, right? So I think I might just like make that a little bit more random. It's getting better. This has been really fun hanging out with you guys, by the way. Thank you so much, everyone who's been hanging out. I know there's probably not like that many people left anymore, but it's pretty late. But hey, if you're not here, I still thank you. And those of you who are here, I thank you very much. All right, well, I'm glad you think so, Jaded. Now let's go through again just before the chorus and just like listen to the length, right? Like before the chorus, just get the feel for like the length before the fade out. It should be a little shorter now, and let's just see how this feels. Nice. Thanks for the love, Caitlin. Okay, so I do like the fade out curve. One little criticism is that like it starts exactly at the last section. This is again the same thing I was talking about before. a good fade out is kind of random. It doesn't happen exactly on the beat. You know what I mean? So I think I might do a little tweak. So I'm so tired. A little tweak to move it away from the bar a little bit. But I think we're in a good spot. Like, I really do like the curve. I don't really want to fuck with the curve, to be honest, but like, I think it has to be done, man. So I'm just going to move it. Is there a way to shift things with the keyboard here? Hey, there is. That's cool as fuck. Let's try that. Okay, different strategy. We're just going to move that first dot. I think that's pretty good. It's nice. That's nice. I like that. That's all we need to do. Hey, listen, every week I learn something. I learn something new in Bitwig. Today I learned that you can use the A and E key in this single window mode, single screen monitor mode. If I am in the piano roll, or even if I'm not actually, I can just use the E and A buttons to alternate between automation. Unfortunately, the way Bitwig works, all of these windows, they're not coupled. So they all are zoomed in different ways. You know, like this window on the top is a completely different zoom to this window and a completely different zoom and position to this window. They're all independent. That's not cool, man. Like, I mean, it's cool in some ways, but like you should give the option to unify everything so that you're not confused. I don't know if there is a button to do that. I'm pretty sure there isn't. This is one of the weaker points of Bitwig. Is the piano roll it's just a little bit inconsistent with the viewing zooms and everything like that. And a lot of people complain about it, so I know it's not just me. But you know, like I really like that. You know, I at least have the option if I've got automation in the, for instance, the acoustic guitar has some. I have to actually select the track. That's funny. Has some sustain pedal automation. I can actually still view that with the notes. I can't, you know, manually zoom these notes, which is scary for me, but at least for this track, it works out okay. And you can see the notes and edit the automation with the notes imposed on top of the automation, which can be good in some ways. You know, it's like it's right there in front of you. And then go back to the edit page like this with the notes. And then again, get rid of it with pressing E. So E and A is a really cool shortcut that I learned. And also, like, another thing that's really cool about Bitwig is that recently I started to do this more. I'm still trying to get it in my head, like the muscle memory. It's like if you select any of these automation points, if you just hit up or down on the cursor keys, it will move them up and down like discretely, which is very, very useful. And then if you hit hold the shift key, it's going to be smaller increments, right? So that's actually really useful as well. And then I just then actually figured out the left and right keys. Wait, hold on. Wait. That's weird, man. I think I must have undone some of the shit that I did. But anyway, the thing that I just figured out tonight was if you hold the Alt key and you go left and right, it will move these discretely into the grid left and right, which is also very, very useful. You using a mouse to do this shit is actually not the greatest. There's too many possibilities. Your mouse can go up and down, it can go left and right, and then locking it is a nervous process. So if you don't, you want to avoid those nerves, you just literally hold the Alt key, go left and right. There's nothing that can go wrong with that. It's just going to discreetly do that. Exactly what you press on the key. That's kind of where the keyboard shines, is like when you need like very specific things to be done, the keyboard is better than the mouse. When you need abstract things to be done with the mouse, like you need to move like in a random spot like this, then the mouse is obviously better than the keyboard, right? But it's important, I think, to actually understand what the greatest strength of these two mysterious artifacts. Like, honestly, like, I think that people don't think about it enough. I'm trying my best to, like, just think about it a little bit when I'm crafting the workflows. Because if you craft your workflows around the strengths and weaknesses of these two very important tools, your workflow is just going to be better, man. It's going to be more reliable. It's going to be less stress. It's going to be faster and less chance for bullshit to happen. So that's kind of the summary of today, man. Like, I learned a bunch of stuff, and I also proved to myself that I can write a song in 3 hours, you know. Like, I know that this is not mixed and everything like that, but like, it's important to just know how long does it take for me to write a song, even if it's not mixed properly. Because this is a sort of thing that if I am able to do this in 3 hours, I can send this to a singer. I can send this to another collaborator. And then they can continue, like, you know, writing their parts over it and stuff like that. And it's good to know that I can do that in 3 hours. Yeah, I think that this is very interesting because I'm separating the songwriting from the production as much as I can. And I haven't really succeeded at doing that. Or let's say, yeah, I did it with video game music when I was doing that a lot last year. I was doing like a lot of like decoupling from the production and just being like, I don't care if it doesn't sound tip-top production. I want the writing of this music to be really good. And I want it to be really fast and good. And I definitely did that a lot with the video game music. It's really interesting to apply that to songwriting for songs as well. I don't think I've done too much of that, to be honest. And it's very rewarding because songwriting is just the core of each song, right? So songwriting is the core of the song. It's like the soul of the song, you know. Like, everything else is a lot more of the surface level stuff that will enhance the soul of the song. But like, yeah, the songwriting is the soul of the song. So anyway, I'm really glad about this, guys. I'm probably just gonna play this song and then like fade out to the end of the stream. I will in fact do that now. So I want to thank you guys again for hanging out and being a part of the stream. This stream has changed a lot. I've said this at the start of the stream, and anyone who sticks around for the changes I'm making, which are better for my mental health, I really appreciate it. You guys are great. You mean a lot to me, and I feel very lucky that anyone wants to watch the stream. so thank you. We still got some time because this song it's almost 3 minutes. We made a 3-minute song in 3 hours. It's not bad. It's not bad, man. I think that's pretty good, right? Could be a little bit proud of ourselves. So let's check it out and write it out, guys. Yes, please. Caitlin, bring it up next time. Can we also have a quote? Can we just have a random quote from the bot? See what it comes up with. Nice. First quote. The number one first quote. Thanks. Appreciate that. That was very satisfying. I don't like sneaky. That's so funny you picked that one out, man. Oh my god. That's a good one. Classic. That's a classic. That was Sprague. Sprague was like giving me a hard time. Okay, guys. I'm gonna officially sign off here. It's been great. Take care, guys.